match against Goldcoin is going to be extremely important. It's just going to be our test to see if we are worthy of getting into LCS.
This match basically means everything. Being in Challenger is not where we feel like we belong.
I think our mid and jungle have way better synergy. In the games we play against them, they always smash them.
We had to see how strong Goldcoin United was in the tiebreaker match.
A Nami tidal wave will sink all of the hopes from Tempo Storm of coming back in this game.
We should put up a better fight this time.
They'll put up more of a fight this series, but I think we'll still prevail through better play and better knowledge.
If we win, we get to play in the promotion tournament. If we lose, we're out, and there's nothing else.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2017 North American Challenger Spring Playoffs. I am Optimist Tom Searfoss, and helping me bring you all of the postseason action is Mark Zimmerman.
I'm very excited to be here. Playoffs are the best time of the year. Like Phoenix tweeted out earlier today, do or die time, and I just love how high the stakes get.
That's right, because we had 5 weeks of Challenger. It's all led up to tonight, where we see the first round of the semifinals. Tonight, the second and third seeded teams, Goldcoin United and Tempo Storm, will face off. And tomorrow, we get to see first seeded E United taking on the fourth seeded Big Gods Jackals.
The winners of those two best-of-5 series will move on to the Challenger Finals, as well as guaranteeing them spots a place in the Summer Promotion Tournament, one step closer at a chance of joining the LCS.
That's right, and tonight's match will determine at least one of those competitors in the Spring Promotion Tournament. So let's take a look at who it might be, with Goldcoin United facing up against Tempo Storm in a rematch of last week's tiebreakers. Both of these teams wound up finishing that week 2-0, but in the tiebreakers, it wasn't even close, and Goldcoin United decidedly won that one.
Right, it was a sub-30-minute game, and Goldcoin United was basically in control the entire time. Phoenix flame Horizon his opponent hat tricks, and Santorin was racking up a ton of kills. It was very surprising considering Goldcoin United has a little bit of a stigma of being a slower team, so to see such a fast victory is surprising.
Yeah, that's right. It's a really good sign for Goldcoin United, the team that we expected to be in the finals before the season even started.
Yeah, I mean, it's a star-studded roster. You have Madlife, Santorin, Phoenix, and it's a good sign when your least known players are MASH and Solo, two people who have plenty of pro experience behind them.
Yeah, but it's also no surprise to see their opponents in Tempo Storm on the other side of the playoff bracket either, with only one rookie on their roster entirely.
Right, and that rookie is Hatrix, who, for the most part, has proven himself to be a fairly consistent performer. Obviously had a little bit of a struggle versus Phoenix last week, but you know, over the rest of the season has had a pretty good showing so far.
Yeah, Hatrix has shown some stuff, and all 4 remaining players on the lineup have some sort of competitive LCS experience. We can expect to see strong performances out of pretty much every lane this game.
Right, and their team really has a pretty defined style of how they want to play. They like a lot of hard CC, kind of engaging, and they like having a go button. And when they don't have one, they do seem to struggle a little bit. They also have some crazy pocket picks. Quas in particular has a lot of tricks up his sleeve, and they can be a little hit or miss, but generally they work out for them.
And that's very true. And actually, outside of his unconventional picks, Quas actually shared with us some of the other ways he contributes to Team Tempo Storm.
I feel like with this team, I have to step up and be more of a leader, shot caller, and definitely have my voice heard and my opinion on what we should do in the game. I have to make extra effort to not shut down and go into my own solo queue mindset. I have to be actually leader and team player. So I like this opportunity with this team that I can develop that quality of mine.
I mean, it's good to hear that out of him because for a period, Quas was basically considered the best top laner in NALCS. So now that he's in the Challenger Series, he has a pretty big burden in the sense where he has to be a leader on the team with that kind of veteran presence.
Right, he's got the experience, he's got the skills. Now he's trying to take some over some other roles on the team. But the teams are about ready, so why don't we check out the starting lineups for tonight? We'll start on the blue side with Goldcoin United. In the top lane, it's Solo. Their jungler, Santorin. Mid lane is Phoenix, and the bottom side of the map, it's MASH and Madlife.
And starting on the red side, we'll be Team Tempo Storm, top lane Quas, jungle Zentinel, mid lane Hatrix, and the bot lane duo of Freeze and Sheep.
Lots of familiar faces all across the rift in this one.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a fan of NALCS and even a little bit of Europe, you've probably seen most of these guys hanging around that scene for at least a couple of years.
Yeah, and even if you have just only been watching the Challenger Series, which I don't know why you would only watch one when there's so much League of Legends action out there, a lot of these guys have kind of made their rotations throughout multiple different sorts of competitive play. Even Hatrick, technically he's a rookie in the LCS circuit. He saw a little bit of experience in the Turkish scene as well, so he does have competitive experience under his belt, and this is going to be super exciting to see.
Yeah, I think this is a great matchup. Probably my favorite of the two that we have in the semifinals. I just think that the way that they match up with so much pressure being around mid, and Phoenix being such a huge carry for Gold Coin United is going to be really interesting to contrast that against Quas, who is kind of the same way a little bit for Tempo Storm, where he brings in a lot of crazy picks that try and throw curveballs at the other team.
Both of them definitely have a very defined style of the way they like to play the game. We've seen Gold Coin over the course of the couple of weeks adapting what their opponents throw at them. Tempo Storm, on the other hand, I mean, when you have people that like Quas, and even Hatrix in the mid lane has shown some unique picks, they kind of just stick to their guns and don't really give a heed to what the opponents are doing.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of the team has a couple standard things that they like going for. We've seen a lot of Ashe, Malzahar, things like that out of Tempo Storm. And then Quas is usually throwing something crazy out there, things like Swain, Alawi. I mean, just crazy stuff that you're not seeing really anywhere else.
Yeah, and one of the things that Tempo Storm really likes to have is kind of the go button, something that starts off like a crowd control chain to really kind of snowball the effect of what they're going to be going for. And two of those have actually already been taken off the table by Golden Coin United in the Malzahar and the Elise bans.
Right, as well as the Scion being another one that kind of presses R at 6 and hopefully starts a fight. Tempo Storm, on the other hand, heavily targeting Phoenix. He's been banned out a lot in the Challenger Series overall. Usually still has a pick that he can go for, so we saw the LeBlanc, the Rise, and then the Rumble ban as well, targeted at solo. Not too much of a surprise to see there, as well as the Varus first pick. Generally still considered the strongest AD carry on this patch.
Yeah, it's no real surprise to see the Varus being left open, going to be the first pick away for Gold Coin United. Mash has definitely been a very consistent member of the team. They were switching between him and Ricard for a very long time, you know, just kind of going back and forth, seeing who kind of fit better at Mad Life. But what in the utility AD carry meta, Mash has definitely kind of been a staple in that bottom lane. He's a very consistent KDA player. He really sets up some of these engages while the rest of his team really moves around and looks for the vision control.
Yeah, second half of the season, Mash was getting a lot more of the playing time. Tempo Storm locking the Ashe. This was something that we talk about. Go buttons. This is one that they seem to play their best with. Whenever they have an Ashe, it feels like they have a pretty good team comp going for them, as well as the Vi. This is kind of the makings of the most standard one. Though they jump away from it, they go for the Graves.
I was going to say, Vi was kind of the one champion that Sentinel had been playing that nobody else was really touching. Even when we interviewed him, it was like, why are you playing so much Vi? It's like, I don't know, I don't think it's that good, but it
yeah,
works.
we went with it, so, you know, we'll keep playing it. People are banning it. He wasn't exactly sure why it was working out for him, but here they go with the Graves. It's kind of been contested as one of the best junglers on the patch with the lethality buffs, Rengar and Kha'Zix being the other two, and we see Gold Coin United grabbing the Rengar there.
And we also see the Renekton being locked in as kind of as a blind pick here. Solo played that, I believe, 2 or 3 times in week 5 in and of itself, and he was dominating lane matchups. Specifically, it had been a counter pick to the Camille, which is left open and something Quas has won multiple times with, but here he's just blind picking it, saying, all right, do your worst.
Yeah, I actually don't hate this idea out of Gold Coin United. Renekton wins most matchups pretty heavily, especially carry versus carry matchups. So you see it often into Rumble, you see it into things like Camille, like you said. And here, Quas's best tank and Scion was banned away, and he doesn't play the other ones at a super high level. That we saw that the team struggled a little bit with the Maokais and things like that. So I actually don't hate the blind Renekton there because it forces Quas to have to pick a little differently. He does take a Swain into it. Quas, one of the OG Swain players, so he's probably familiar with the matchup more than anyone else who would have to play it. So hopefully he does all right here.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a tank, it's some AP in the top lane, although if Tempo Storm are still starving for a tank, they have the support pick potentially to go for. Sheep is, of course, a renowned Thresh player. That's a little bit more of a tanky option. We have seen some interesting things from Hatrix at the Nautilus mid they played against Delta Fox in week 5.
Yeah, generally also Swain is a decent top laner. Definitely not a pure tank, but still considered a frontliner for the most part. Adds a lot of zoning potential because he is scary for AD carries to walk up into because he can actually turn it back around and threaten to kill them. So we'll have to see if Tempo Storm thinks they need extra beef or not in their team comp. The rest of the bans coming in, the Orianna and Nami for Tempo Storm. Gold Coin United banning out the Syndra. Probably trying to stop what is generally considered the safest and strongest early game control mage and hopefully get a more skill matchup for Phoenix in the mid lane. And then they rounded out with the Thresh. So a lot of mid and support focus to round out the second ban phase.
Yeah, both of these teams kind of just targeting with exactly they know who is left open. We saw Tempo Storm in the first ban phase, you know, 2 out of those 3 of the bans were targeted at Phoenix. Sure, they're very strong picks in and of itself. That, of course, means you don't want to give Phoenix access to one of those, but Phoenix has been targeted, I believe, 5 out of the 10 bans, like in general, were mid lane bans in week number 5, almost every single game, and he still found something to dominate the game on.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things Phoenix always had was a really deep champion pool. We saw it throughout his time in the LCS. He often had one of the most unique champions played in the split, so no surprise to see that despite the focus he receives in the draft, he's been playing very well. Here he goes with the Cassiopeia, a general very high damage mid lane AP champion, something that Gold Coin United probably needed given the amount of physical damage that they had in their team. So pretty happy to grab that one. And then they go with the Soraka last pick. This is something that's been being seen a little bit more over time. a little bit in the LCS with Aframu and Adrian grabbing it respectively. And here, I think this is going to be the first time we've seen Mad Life on it.
It's the first time we've seen Mad Life on this rock. It's not the first time we've seen it in the Challenger Series. I believe Team Gates wound up picking it back in week 4. Unfortunately, that was not a win for them. However, this time around, it's going to be in the hands of someone like Mad Life. It's going to be super, super annoying. And it does look like that the last pick overall is going to be the Victor for hat-tricks in the mid lane. This is another pick that's kind of seen a little bit more rise in popularity, like not that long ago, like just very recently.
Yeah, very, very recently. And the thing about the Victor pick is back in the day, and not even that long ago, Cassiopeia was seen as a good matchup into Victor, and you are taking that into, you know, Phoenix's Cassiopeia, a very lane-dominant, aggressive player. This is kind of throwing down the gauntlet game 1 and being like, give me your worst, Phoenix. I'll take a not great matchup and be fine. And that's dangerous to do.
Well, it does look like that hat trick might be running with that exhaust. It does cut the power of the Cassiopeia a little bit, but still the lane phase of Cassiopeia is not necessarily the most dangerous part. It's going to be the fact that once Phoenix gets rolling, we of course know Phoenix as being a very aggressive player roaming around the map. When you wind up hitting that late stage of the game, Cassiopeia becomes pretty much like a pseudo hyper carry in and of herself.
Right, and I do think the Cassiopeia has a little bit less individual playmaking than we've seen out of Phoenix in recent weeks. A little bit harder to go flying into the jungle and invade and get a lot of free kills. So maybe not quite available for him on the Cassiopeia pick, but still a very strong champion in general to hard carry late game.
And of course, Goldcoin United with that Renekton in that top lane. We've seen Solo, not only does he dominate his lane matchup when he winds up picking something like that champion, but he transitions that across the map in an extremely proactive way. We've seen him very early on being gifted that solo first tower gold up in the top lane, and then immediately transferring it to mid lane to try to get Phoenix to open up to make those group plays.
Right, and on the other side, Tempo Storm having a little less CC than we've seen them succeed with. Usually it's a couple of these kind of lockdown targeted CC abilities. Here it's basically only the Ashe. You have a little bit of follow-up in the Swain, but it's not really that guaranteed lockdown that they like to have. So Tempo Storm branching out a little bit here with their team comp in game 1. Gonna have to see if it pans out for him.
Well, it's no surprise to see someone named Freeze playing the Ashe. It has been one of his most successful champions, and Tempo Storm in general love to play around that bottom side of the map. We've seen them, in contrast to giving Solo the solo tower gold on top lane Renekton, Tempo Storm very often gives that to Freeze. Very quickly after hitting level 6, we will see them focus down on the bottom lane and open him up to be the one to make plays across the map.
Right, I mean, Swain, Quas does have those kind of crazy counter picks, but he's usually left on an island with them. They don't go up there and gank a lot. They want him to generate pressure on his own or absorb the other team's pressure, while Sentinel kind of goes around the mid-bot lane a little bit more often, and then they try and transfer that pressure that they generated bot lane around the map. So definitely still have the tools to play that way. It is possible to gank the Ashe lane at 6, obviously. Victor can roam, especially once he gets that kind of Hex Core upgrade. He can wave clear a lot easier, start moving around the map. So they still have the option, but gonna have to see if they are able to execute that.
And that's how some of the lane phase may wind up playing out, although both of these teams are not quite as active as some of the other teams in the Challenger Series in the early game. A lot of the times for Goldcoin United, it's been Santorin. We've talked to him before, saying he wants to step up to kind of be a leader, a better shot caller, make more proactive plays on the map. You know, he still kind of has the stigma of kind of being one of the junglers that's more focused on vision control. It syncs up very well with Mad Life in the late game. But very importantly, Santorin has stepped up. He's 100% of their 5 first bloods in the Challenger Series.
I mean, yeah, that is kind of the knock about Goldcoin United is you have game 1 Goldcoin United, which is very slow. They often lose the game as they slowly bleed out, don't make many plays, and then they kind of wake up for game 2. And it's nice that they're in a best of 5 here. They can they have more games to kind of bounce back from a potentially slow game 1, but like you said, Santorin doesn't want to be that way. This isn't what Goldcoin United wants to do. It's just kind of what happens in their game 1. So going to see if Santorin can be a little bit of the catalyst for the team.
Well, in week number 5, they wound up going 3-0 altogether. So if that says anything about Goldcoin United, then they might be looking all right. But Tempo Storm themselves are no slouches. They went 2-0 in week number 5, and they had to play up against Delta Fox, and that was basically fighting for their playoff lives, whereas Goldcoin United had a little bit of an easier matchup against Team Gates.
Yeah, I mean, week 5 was pretty crazy with the amount of potential tiebreakers we were facing, so many different situations that could come up depending on how those games went. And
we only got one.
Yeah, we only got one. It was these guys, yeah. The Tempo Storm did what they needed to make sure that they made it into the playoffs. Both these teams kind of ramped up as the season went on. Goldcoin United definitely a little bit more so as we get a little bit of a pause here. They were struggling in the early part of the season. They didn't have Mad Life at the very beginning. They were obviously kind of switching between their AD carries, like we were mentioning, between Rikara and Mash. and they finally kind of seem like they settled into a roster and have started turning things around a little bit.
Yeah, they definitely took a little bit of a while to adjust to how they exactly wanted to play the game. We saw them having, in weeks 2 and 3, some of the longer average game times, and it did wind up showing up. You mentioned earlier, just the game 1, Gold Coin United took it slow and steady, but then games number 2, they would half that time sometimes, going from like 45 minutes, to middle 20, 30-minute matches.
Yeah, and I think a big thing that we sometimes see with them is that around the mid game, when you can start trying to do, kind of rotations and vision control to get the inner turret line down, that's when they seem to slow down a lot. They're not super aggressive during that portion of the game. And we always say you can't really knock them for it because they're going for this kind of more slow and steady wins the race mentality. But you saw some other of their competition in the Challenger Series blowing games open during that time.
And specifically Tempo Storm, that's one of their strengths where Gold Coin United's weakness kind of lies. You said they kind of plateau a little bit once they break the outer ring of towers. Normally you're seeing that happen in the middle stages of the game around 20 minutes. To contrast that point, Tempo Storm, they usually take it very slow and steady. They don't have a lot of early game advantages, but if they have a gold lead at 20 minutes, they've won every single game.
I mean, that's why they like those go buttons, because when they have a lead, they do a good job of identifying how to use that lead. So we've seen Quas on Sion getting these flanks off or coming right down the mid lane. He's been able to show that he can engage in multiple different ways. And then the best part about having multiple go buttons is that even if one slightly misses or it's not the perfect engage, you have a couple other tools coming in to assist in those team fights. So they've shown with those comps, they're very, very good. It's been when they're forced off that they struggle a little bit.
Right, and as you mentioned during Champions, like this composition has a couple of the less go buttons than they would like. The Victor's kind of like the adjustment from having maybe like that Syndra in the mid lane who maybe gets a little bit of an easier stun than laying down the gravity field. You don't necessarily have the Vi out of the jungle, which is something that we've seen Sentinel kind of play himself, but those point-and-click CC abilities like the Malzahar was taken away too. Gold Coin United banned them all away from Tempo Storm in the tiebreaker matchup, and it was a very decisive win for GCU. We'll see what Tempo Storm has actually done to adjust their game plan coming into this best of 5.
Right, I mean, that tiebreaker match was very, very decisive in Gold Coin's favor, and it did seem to come down to a lot of the pick ban phase where they were forced off their comfort picks. I don't think they had the Ashe that game. As Sentinel makes an early gank onto Phoenix, chunking him out. Not going to be able to force any summoners, but helping get a little bit of a health advantage in the mid lane for Hatrix.
And so Hatrix going to get small advantage because of his jungler's gank in the mid side of the map, whereas on the top side we saw Solo kind of shoving the lane into Quas and immediately recalling, going to pick up a refillable health potion in addition to picking up that Dorian shield. So already a teleport being used extremely early on by Gold Coin United, but it's not like they're going to wind up using that one super early.
No, I mean, at this stage of the game, it'll be back up before you really need to make a play. Quas on Singe is not a champion that's going to look to make an early level 5 TP play down in the bot lane. Not the best champion for that. You see Santorin move up into the top side jungle, getting a little bit of counter jungling in, as well as getting some vision control so that Solo can keep pressuring the Swain 1v1.
We'll have to see if Santorin, although he has yet to really go through a lot of his jungle, preys upon any sort of tendencies he knows about Quas. Both these guys were on energy last split. They have a little bit of a history together, and I know from talking to both of them, they're kind of excited to beat up on each other.
Right, and I think it's kind of interesting when you look at these two teams. A lot of them were former teammates or have a history of playing against each other. Obviously, Phoenix and Quas were teammates during the Season 5 days of Team Liquid, and Phoenix continued on for a little bit of with Team Liquid during Season 6, but Santorin, they played against him when he was on TSM. And then, yeah, like you said, there's just these kind of little fights everywhere.
It's like a big family reunion in the Challenger Series, but only one of these guys can make it back to the LCS, and that's going to be really, really important because these teams are stacked with talent.
Yeah, I mean, Challenger Series has definitely been kind of leveling up over the course of the years where you see a lot more of investment coming in high-quality players. I mean, just look at the fact that you see Mad Life in this game, right? Like, who would have seen that coming a year ago, right?
I don't know. I certainly did not, although he's on the Soraka this game, which is something, as you mentioned, we haven't seen him play very often. Of course, he has the legacy of being the Hook Champion Master, but he's definitely kind of shown up with a bunch of different picks this time around. He's played a lot of Zyro when that was still very popular, basically going with the flow as to what champions are very, very strong in the bottom lane. He's shown an adept, aptitude at playing. So
right, he's definitely had a little bit of a champion pool that's been all over the place, almost too much at points where it didn't seem like they knew exactly what they wanted to play. There were times where he was forced onto a Braum pick in a not great matchup because the rest of GCU didn't have a tank. Situations like that were happening early on. But not only has their play been showing up, it seems like their pick ban phase has as well. Loco Doco, being the coach for the team, has a bit of a history in the LCS. So overall, been a good coach overall, despite the kind of negative reputation that he tends to get.
Well, so far in this game, it has been a little bit slow, steady, like both of these teams do like to play. The first thing that we really want to keep our eyes on is not only going to be where the junglers are going to be making like their real first appearance. We did see Sentinel just kind of giving a little bit of love to Hatrix in the mid lane, but also what area of the map really gets focused down first. We mentioned Tempo Storm. They love playing around freeze. They love playing around the bottom side of the map. They also really like taking early dragons, and with a Mountain Drake available as the first one, that could lead into an early first tower.
Yeah, definitely when they start hitting sixes on a couple more of their champions, only Hatrix there right now, I could definitely see them trying to focus around the Mountain Dragon. Great Dragon for both these teams, being able to push in and take turrets and neutral objectives easier. The other thing is that we see a huge CS lead for Santorin right now. He's done a good job of getting counter jungling, and even though Rengar is a champion that makes a lot of plays at 6, he's not always seen as the hardest farming jungler, quite like a Graves is expected to spend a lot of the early game looking to get a CS lead because he does scale extremely well. So far, good early game out of Santorin, getting a lot of these camps taken away, making another visit to the Krugs, grabs those as well, and he's still in position to potentially set up for some pressure onto Quas here.
Yeah, and as we did see already, Santorin, second time he's taking those Krugs away, about a 400 gold advantage just purely off of his power farming and counter jungling style right now. In addition to that, he has been putting down a decent number of wards, even having extra control ward in his inventory right now, in addition to the one he placed over by his opponent team, Red Buff. Looks like Sentinel's going to be doing the same thing, mirroring on the opposite side. Going for that Tracker's Knife, he's also going to be establishing a lot of forward vision. And these are two of the teams in the Challenger Series that really like stacking up that vision control. Goldcoin United, we already talked about the synergy between Santorin and Mad Life. However, it's Tempo Storm that actually has the most wards placed per minute.
Yeah, and I think, you know, you wouldn't have expected that hearing about Santorin and Mad Life being on the same team, but Tempo Storm doing a good job as Phoenix does not land the ultimate there on Hatrix. Looks like Hatrix trying to bait him into Sentinel, gets him a little bit, but they're not going to really be able to convert this into anything.
Well, maybe unless Phoenix sticks around. This is preying upon his aggressive tendencies. The exhaust comes out, but Phoenix able to flash away. He does want it getting first blood. Off to the side comes Santorin. He's already flashed forward and able to pick up a second kill onto Sentinel.
A 2 for 0 comes basically out of nowhere there for Goldcoin United. Phoenix is able to bait the 2v1, gets his own kill, and then Santorin, who was finishing up on the red buff on the top side of the map, collapses to pick up the second kill onto Sentinel. And that is an explosive start. When we're talking about the dangerous Phoenix, he's finally coming online a little bit here.
Yeah, and this is basically, like you said, they're trying to bait Phoenix into this play. He misses the paralyzing gaze. Hatrix actually turns around, so it wouldn't have stunned him anyway. But once that's gone, you'd expect Phoenix to be a little bit more wary of this. But being the aggressive player he is, he does kind of go in, but it works.
Yeah, I think Phoenix was definitely aware of the fact that Sentinel was down in that river. They had basically split the map in terms of the jungle, so he was aware of that. And he played it very close. It was definitely dangerous, but he was able to make it work. This has been one of the knocks about Phoenix and his aggressive tendencies in lane. You know, you talk about the Jensens and players like that when he was playing during that time that could force pressure and then back off and kind of absorb the ganks. Phoenix was crazy in the sense that he always wanted to turn the ganks. And you see it right there. He turns a 2v1 gank. Doesn't always work out, but he gets it here.
Yeah, and Tempo Star maybe being a little bit too conservative with their summoner spells there. We saw Hatrix using the exhaust at the end when he was basically dead instead of using it while opening up on Phoenix, and it wound up costing him his life. As now Phoenix comes back with the Fiendish Codex in the tier, forcing the second summoner spell out of Hatrix in a 1v1 with that flash. In the meantime, we did wind up seeing Sentinel and Sheep moving down towards that opponent's red buff area, trying to contest it, but they're forced away by Mad Life and Santorin.
Yeah, and things are getting worse in the mid lane. Now without his summoners available, Hatrix has to worry about that Rengar gank coming in. Santorin doesn't have a flash, but he's pressured under his turret here. The ultimate is coming back up, and it's going to have to play very safe. Sentinel hovering around there as well, but Solo rotating down, forces the teleport out of Quas. Not sure Tempo Storm can actually get anything off this. Yeah, he cancels that.
Yeah, so Quas thinking they wanted to turn that one around, but there was no gank to be had either way. And we mentioned that Solo on this Renekton, as lane dominant of a champion as Renekton is, Solo definitely plays it in a different style where he tries to transition that lane dominance pretty much everywhere else.
Yeah, you can see that the early game plan for Goldcoin United there was take the pressure that they had topside, control the top jungle for Team Tempo Storm. That helped Santorin acquire that CS lead, and then Phoenix playing very aggressive in that mid lane matchup. We said it could easily go in Cassiopeia's favor, and we see him win a 1v2 as Santorin starts opening up on the Quas.
We see Renekton and Swain trading blows back and forth, but of course with that Ravenous Flock, Quas is going to be sustaining himself A-okay. Already has the Catalyst Protector as well, so that's going to be converting HP and mana into HP and mana, or vice versa, the way it winds up working that way.
A little bit difficult to explain off the top like that, but yeah, I mean, they're both two champions with a lot of sustain. Those all-ins, you can already see both of them basically back up to full health. not going to be able to really kill each other without any sort of ability to cut into the healing that's available to both of them. So mostly even in the top lane. Mid lane going further and further into Phoenix's favor, now about a 15 CS advantage.
And that's all off of the fact of that one turned around gank. And to think about it, sure, Phoenix was the one who wound up getting the first kill and getting that outplay in the 1v2 situation, but a lot of it did wind up coming from all of the control that Santorin had on his opponent's side of the map. Knowing that the only place Graves could be was really to kind of supplement that gank in the mid lane. And this is what we talked about already. Santorin wanted to be known to be as somebody who took a little bit more of a leadership role, took a little bit more of an active role in how the team was going to be playing out the early game. We see him transitioning a couple of those leads into the mid lane here, whereas Phoenix fortunately misses the second paralyzing gauge of the game. However, on the bottom side, Freeze is going to open up now that they are level 7 here. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow does wind up landing. The Karma Root does not quite snag onto Mad Life, and a Piercing Arrow from Varus will turn a decent amount of damage around in this trade.
Yeah, it looks like they spotted out Santorin on the top side. Freeze not happy to let his team slowly lose these advantages. Want to force on the bot side, but they're not able to get anything. And in the meantime, Santorin takes that pressure in the top side and converts it into a kill onto Hatrix mid. This is what we were saying that he had to look out for.
Yeah, they said they saw Santorin top side. I don't know if Hatrix did, but he saw him when he came and jumped on him already. So another kill going over in the mid lane, this time to Santorin getting the second of the game.
Gotta look at that Victor pick and wonder if that was worth the last pick. Don't know what else he had in his pool to be available, but it's definitely a tough matchup, and you're playing it into arguably Gold Coin United's best player. And that is where the first turret is going to drop. Phoenix grabs solo gold on that one.
Yeah, solo first tower gold going to be going over to the already super far ahead Cassiopeia. Had both pieces for the Merlinomicon. Wouldn't be surprised with that extra bonus gold. It's going to wind up completing that first item extremely early on. We mentioned how much of a bully that Cassiopeia could potentially snowball into. If you're at 13 minutes in and Cassiopeia's already got a completed first item, going to be really, really fast snowball.
Yeah, this is tough for Tempo Storm. You can maybe deal with the Renekton snowballing, someone who falls off a little bit heavier. Cassiopeia not one of those champions. Tempo Storm's bot lane continues to try and get aggressive, but they're not actually able to find a good opening.
They don't quite have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow available, and this is kind of an interesting adaptation from Tempo Storm. They focus Phoenix extremely heavily in the ban phase, and then focus them extremely heavily by giving a lot of attention to Hatrix and help in that mid lane matchup, whereas Tempo Storm has generally had success in the bottom side of the map, but I don't think I've actually seen Sentinel go down there besides just now, 13 minutes in.
Well, it's tough to deal with the pressure that Gold Coin United was putting out. You were losing top lane, not necessarily in terms of farm or anything, but it was the fact that he was mostly pushed in. Santorin was free to go up there all the time. And then Phoenix and Hatrix were farming even for a little bit of time, but as soon as Phoenix got that first kill in that 1v2, you saw that Hatrix was basically shoved in under his turret and chunked out the rest of the time. So that really does pull Sentinel around that mid lane to try and hold on there. Doesn't actually protect the turret. We still see that Hatrix goes down, and now they're going to try and snowball that pressure down to the bot lane.
Nope, solo. Looking to get a ward over on the red buff wall. Quas just says hello to him, and they wind up blast coning over each other's wall there. As Hatrix was 2 levels down, now that Phoenix kind of roamed down and motioned towards that Dragon Pit area, has caught up a little bit in experience. But that's just going to be another burden that this Victor pick is going to have to try to overcome in this already one-sided mid lane matchup now. 139 CS compared to 106, 33 CS advantage. Massive.
Aaron, you see the amount of pressure that Phoenix and Santorin have now grouping up to invade into the top side. Up 2,000 gold on his own. Huge lead for Phoenix.
Meanwhile, Solo, though, in the top side, getting bullied around a little bit. When you got a fed Cassiopeia roaming up there, I would want to bait that one out all the time, too. Meanwhile, Santorin cuts off Sentinel in his own jungle. A decent amount of damage being traded back and forth, whereas now Solo getting aggressive with the dominance pop. Flashes forward, gets the stun on the Quas. That's another kill going over to Phoenix.
Yeah, you get to bring up that Morellonomicon to cut into the healing of the Swain. Quas also running low on mana from the extended trading from Solo. A good collapse by Phoenix, as well as having Santorin cut off any potential help coming in from Sentinel. A lot of pressure around this top side. Doesn't look like they're even going to be able to get their red buff, maybe. Does secure it there.
Smite secure, so small victories for Sentinel and the side of Tempo Storm. However, Gold Coin United are already starting extremely early on with one of their biggest strengths, which is kind of this suffocating vision control, completely denying their opponents and trying to force them into these errors.
Right, they tried to make some plays around the bot side. Tempo Storm still had some decent vision control. Sheep has done a good job of making sure that they're not open to these roams. We'll take another look at this gank that happened topside. Santorin baited the trading with Quas. You see that he cancels his Ravenous Flock because he's full health and he's afraid of running out of mana. Tries to flash back. Santorin has the flash follow CC. And Soraka throwing the wishing, trying to get those assist as fast as she can, making
Gotta
sure
rock
that they
up
don't
the
trade.
assist, man. I mean, she's got the Ionian Boots of Lucidity. That'll be back up soon enough. And Mad Life hasn't seen a lot of action in the bottom. There've been some trades, but a lot of the action has kind of been focused on the top side of the map. And I mean, good on Gold Coin United. They've already identified that with Santorin invading that top red side of the map, they know Tempo Storm likes to play through the bottom side. You have Mad Life and Mash, who have kind of been a consistent backbone for your team on the bottom side. Let them kind of fend for themselves. Focus down those other sides of the map that you know you can carry through, that your opponents have had a hard time getting.
Right, I think it's nice that they were able to get the Varus and the Soraka. Makes a pretty stable lane overall. Tempo Storm able to force down this dragon. They're able to grab the first mountain dragon of the game. This is something that Gold Coin United has struggled a little bit with over the course of the Challenger Series. Not actually controlling dragons that well. Even when they've had gold advantages here, they lose the first one of the game again. And it's true, Mountain Dragon kind of hard to use from behind like Tempo Storm is, but it does stop Gold Coin United from being able to use it to continue to snowball.
Fun fact, Gold Coin United takes 55% of their first dragons. A little over half, right? Sounds pretty good.
But then you consider how many early games they win.
And Tempo Storm takes 73%.
Yeah, so there you go, the numbers. So Tempo Storm, the third seeded team, grabbing 73%. So
I mean, that's what you get from a team that focuses so much on that bottom side of the map. And as we already mentioned already, it's surprising to see them focus on hat tricks so much. And I don't know if that's just a symptom of the fact that they wanted to target Phoenix that heavily, or it is due to that pick and ban phase you were mentioning. There's a lot of mid lane bans. Phoenix still gets the Cassiopeia, and the response was the Victor that, as you mentioned, historically hadn't been the best matchup into it.
yep, here Solo starts off another dive on the cross. Phoenix roams up, going to be able to cut into that healing, and
yeah.
it's all too easy.
Yeah, so Phoenix roaming it, getting himself another kill. This one completely under the tower. Solo is just happy to tank that one up. That's going to be another tower dropping on the top side while Tempo Storm tries to get some sort of pressure on the bottom side, but Santorin's right there to cut them off.
Yeah, and overall, a nice play by Gold Coin United, having Phoenix be the one roaming up to help with the top dive, while Santorin hovers around the bot side, is also collecting that mid wave right now. Good coordination by the team, covering up any potential plays that Tempo Storm could have gone for. And Phoenix completely taken over this game at this point. Tempo Storm didn't give that much attention to the mid lane early on. For the most part, Hatrix was doing fine farming early. They did have the initial gank to chunk him low to help Hatrix get that level 6 and to get to that Hex core upgrade, which is very useful on the Victor. And then they had the repeat gank, but did not stop Phoenix from going off this game so far.
No, and as we see here, Solo himself, you know, the lane bully Renekton, happy to pop the dominance and tank up a tower for as long as he needs to for this Cassiopeia, who we mentioned might not roam that much, but when she's opened up on the map like this, like you said before, it's just too easy.
Right, I mean, I don't know what Colossus is supposed to do at this point as we see the Rift Herald going down. Not the most popular objective on the Rift, but it's my favorite.
I mean, it's definitely going to be a favorite of Renekton as well. If he's already dominating that lane matchup to the point where he can dive through towers with a little bit of help and wind up picking up a kill on a sustaining champion like Swain, now you got to deal with that Glimpse of the Void buff. It's going to be chunking down towers, chunking down opposing champions, and even if they send 2 people to deal with him, it's taking less damage. Meanwhile, the Flash on the bottom side of the map has been blown by Mash, as now Tempo Storm kind of shifting their focus down towards the bottom side of the map. Sentinel's been starved of his farm for a very long time, almost half the CS of Santorin, his opponent in the jungle. This Sentinel Graves, unfortunately, has not really gotten his ball rolling this game.
Yeah, Santorin had basically been out-jungling him from level 3 when he was able to start stealing away those Krugs and things like that. It is off the back of a little bit of lane pressure that Gold Coin United solo lanes did have, but still smart pathing by Santorin to get that lead. Was able to convert it into some kills. And he's been comboing extremely well with Phoenix, the jungle mid synergy of Gold Coin United, seeming a little overwhelming for Tempo Storm.
Well, Gold Coin United, as we crest about the 20-minute mark, with a 6,000 gold advantage already, which is extremely substantial. I mentioned the fact that Tempo Storm, if they have a lead at 20 minutes, have not lost a match. Gold Coin United, on the other hand, they're not too shabby themselves. If they have a lead at 20 minutes, they usually win about 85% of those games. So Gold Coin United, they're taking those early game advantages. They're not letting Tempo Storm, well, set the tempo and play to the pace that they normally like to. And we've seen Tempo Storm struggle when they are behind at this 20-minute mark.
Gold Coin United is now starting to focus down onto that bot side jungle. Solo is far enough ahead. They want to go for the last outer turret available. They're starting to set up the vision control. They have a lot of dive potential with a Rengar and Varus. We'll have to see if they're able to actually convert. You see Tempo Storm already called Sentinel down to cover it, and they're recalling now, backing off, realizing the amount of pressure that they're under. Phoenix hiding away in the fog of war, seeing if he actually needs to rotate down there. Looks like he's not going to bother.
No, it's the last remaining outer tower on the map. for Tempo Storm, and Gold Coin United are going to just take that one away, as you mentioned, just because of all the rest of the map pressure they have. Cassiopeia and Renekton pushed extremely far up in that mid lane, can roam down. We see Santorin's Rengar just hovering around the jungle as that blue buff will be spawning relatively soon. Tempo Storm already severely on the back foot in this one. Gold Coin United have just kind of been controlling everywhere on the map from pretty much that first kill.
Yeah, and I mean, it was such a brutal kill to lose, too, the way it happened. The 1v2 turn, and then you have Santorin coming in on the backside to clean up the other kill. And Cassiopeia already has a favorable matchup versus Victor. Once you start giving him the lead in gold as well, it becomes very difficult to hold on, as well as the fact that he didn't have summoners, really. And Gold Coin did a good job snowballing as well.
Yeah, solid 3,000 gold advantage for Phoenix over his lane counterpart in Hatrix. An additional 2,000 gold out of that jungle matchup, and 1,000 between those solo top laners, the Renekton getting the better half of Swain in that matchup. The bottom side of the map, though, for Tempo Storm, it's normally the side of the map that winds up winning in the game. It's one that's going even in this matchup so far, but it's definitely going to have to do more than just survive to get Tempo Storm kicking back into this one.
Yeah, it's very hard for the Ashe Karma to win that lane significantly. Ashe does not have the ability, they don't have any hard CC in that lane, basically. Until 6, sure, the Karma Tether is available, but that's going to be very hard to land. You basically have Mash focusing on wave clearing. Mad Life's able to heal up any pokes. You see an arrow by Freeze on the solo, not the target they were hoping for, looking like they were aiming for Mad Life.
Not going to quite land on the Soraka. The Ashe Arrow instead hits the Renekton, but this is Gold Coin United now, slowly transitioning that vision back up onto the top side of the map. They have multiple members down on the bottom side, so they're going to be content covering that side of the map, and it looks like that now with Baron on the map, they're going to start getting control over their opponent's red side, making sure that if there's going to be an objective fight, they're the ones setting it up and not their opponents, as they now transition that pressure into the mid lane, already chunking down that inner tier 2 tower to about half HP.
Yeah, Gold Coin United not tunneling on the Baron too much. Got a little bit of vision up there, but mostly controlling around the bot side jungle. Ocean Drake is available. Gold Coin United doesn't seem like they're prioritizing that one too heavily, and instead looking to keep the pressure up around these turrets. It's hard for Tempo Storm. We talk about the fact that they don't really have a true tank, but they have the Swain who can play frontline a little bit, but he is behind at this point. Doesn't have too many items, and it's hard for anyone to really match Phoenix. It's not too often you see a Cassiopeia in a split push situation, but who are you really going to send against him?
Well, the problem is, too, you had that very early Morello-Namicon. You mentioned how effective it was at cutting the healing in ganks. Now you have a Swain that has, you know, a fully stacked Rod of Ages, but that's pretty much the only item that he's been able to complete so far, going up against the Cassiopeia, who's already on 3 items herself, the Seraph's Embrace, the Abyssal Scepter, the Morello-Namicon. It's basically almost at late game Cassiopeia already.
Yeah, 3-item Cassiopeia at 23 minutes is insane. Phoenix has destroyed this game so far. Could solo this Drake. Santorin says, wait, I'm a jungler, I'm supposed to be here. Shows up to help finish the dragon off with Phoenix, though he didn't really need too much help. Gold Coin United looking like they're going to reset. Not actually able to grab any of the turrets, though they're happy to grab their first dragon of the game 23 minutes in.
Hey man, taking an Ocean Dragon's not the worst thing in the world. You have a glimpse of the Void Renekton, who's stealing away your opponent's jungle now that your jungler doesn't really need to abuse the opponent anymore. I mean, you have so much things going in the favor of Gold Coin United already this game. Tempo Storm's definitely going to be hard-pressed for this one. We've seen already Tempo Storm, when they do wind up getting behind like this, sure, they can stall out a game. They've had a game against Big God's Jackals where they stalled out a poke composition until 40 minutes when the poke comp was starting to fall off. But even then, with a late-game Sivir, they struggled to find opportunities to come back into it. They didn't have any hard CC in that composition. This time they got an Ashe Arrow, but they don't have the same kind of scaling like a late-game Sivir.
Yeah, and the problem is you're also against the Soraka, who's great at keeping a target alive. Even if you do land an arrow onto Phoenix, who is basically the hard carry at this point that you need to kill early in a team fight, even if you land that arrow, you have Seraph's Embrace, you have a Redemption completed now for the Soraka. So it's the fact that you're just generally against the Soraka, who has a ton of healing. So it's very difficult to see a world where Team Tempo Storm is able to find a fight that actually gets them back into this game.
It's like a less tanky, prettier looking Tom Kench. The way it's
Soraka?
Keeps one of those targets alive for basically forever.
That's one way to look at it.
That's the way I like to look at it. I'd rather look at that than look at Tom Kench.
What's true beauty, Tom, huh? You're telling me Tom Kench isn't beautiful?
I mean, as a fellow Tom, I have to say he is the most attractive champion in the League of Legends.
Maybe a little bit of bias there.
None at all.
Gold Coin United slowing down a little bit. This is one of the criticisms, like we said, that we had about them. Despite how hard they were snowballing this game, they have not yet cracked any of the inner turrets yet. Phoenix has transitioned up to the top side. They set up a 1-3-1, but they're not actually able to really start breaking these down yet. A number of the turrets have gotten low. but you don't see these dives come in, right? With a Rengar Varus, you think that you would be able to get pickoffs in the jungle or get some dives through the pressure and rotating members over to a single lane. And this is the kind of play that you just don't tend to see out of Gold Coin United, at least in game 1.
Well, they might have heard you, Mark, because they decided to finally group up together in that mid lane, continuously bouncing between the top lane where they had Phoenix split pushing away, and that middle lane has kind of run Tempo Storm a little bit ragged. They're able to get down that mid lane tower that had been dropped to about half HP from the previous push, and now, like I said, with Phoenix in that top side already pushing down the minions, they're going to rotate up there. They've got vision control. They can see if anybody's coming from behind, like Quas is about to do. They got Solo just following after him.
Right, I mean, we talk about how Gold Coin United doesn't play super aggressive, but you have to look at the side of Tempo Storm as well. Gold Coin United can win the game this way, slowly grinding Tempo Storm down. There's no reason that you need to dive with the Rengar, Renekton, Varus. So, I mean, they can keep playing this way, and eventually it will be on Tempo Storm to find an opening to try and swing the game back their way.
Well, we do see Hatrix getting a little bit of trade damage against his opposite member in Phoenix. It looks like Tempo Storm's going to try something out here. They land the arrow on Mash, and the CC chain flashes forward and lands through, but the Soraka keeps Varus alive. The Chains of Corruption fly out, and looks like it's going to be 2 kills picked up for Gold Coin United. They do finally wind up melting down the Varus, but what is it going to cost them? Sentinel has to flash away as Phoenix comes in from the top side of the map. It's a quick turnaround from GCU.
Yeah, Gold Coin United, you see the power of that Soraka there, able to keep Mash Me alive for quite some time, though Phoenix caught out a little bit, trying to turn this back around, flashes away from the Swain to get an angle onto Hatrix, blows him up.
And he gets all the healing from landing those fangs on the poison, and Solo's going to come in as well as Santorin. They clean up another 2 kills, and with all this established vision, looks like it's Baron time.
They still have Sentinel available, so Gold Coin United needs to be a little bit concerned of the steal attempt coming in, so they have Solo sitting over the wall, going to try and zone him away. Sentinel not even going to bother trying to stop this. He's actually farming on his bot side jungle. Gold Coin United is going to be able to grab the Baron off the back of an engage by Tempo Storm.
And that's what we said. Gold Coin United likes getting control of their opponent's areas of the map, loves forcing them into the dark. And when you think that Tempo Storm has an engage, it's Gold Coin United who are able to keep Mash alive long enough to spring their own trap.
Right, I mean, it's nice that they get the engage onto Mash. Eventually, they're able to finish him off. He does live long enough for the rest of Gold Coin United to collapse and pick up their own kills. And then the big problem is you didn't even actually kill the real threat on Gold Coin United.
Nope, Phoenix comes in from the backside of the fight and just starts wreaking havoc. And even though it looks like that Phoenix, with that character over-aggression, is trying to bite off more than he can chew, the Saracen Braze shield and the heals coming out, just keep him alive. And Santorin and Solo just there to help him out.
Yeah, really important that he was able to get that stun onto Hatrix. It looked like he was trying to use the brush to get some cover. It was warded, but Hatrix not able to react in time, goes down to Phoenix, who has a good flash away from the Swain so that you can only really take the damage by one person at a time.
Well, and we posed the question before, how are you going to wind up breaking more than one inner tower? Baron buff's going to be a really good way to do that. You already got the glimpse of the Void on Renekton. He can sit up there and split push, has his teleport still available, so there's no real challengers that can throw at him that he won't be able to slice and dice his way through. We have Phoenix, of course, now 3-0-4, picked up a Rylai's Crystal Scepter on top of all of that after that fight. Even has the Elixir of Sorcery in his inventory because what else is he going to buy at this point?
More items, because Cassiopeia can buy fixed.
That's true. He doesn't have to buy the boots, so technically he's not quite utilizing that slot. But I guess, I mean, at this point, if you're pushing him with the Baron buff, you are 9 kills to 1. You're this far ahead. You're looking for game ending.
Yeah, you grab that Elixir right now. Helps you push as well, blow people up. And it's going to be very hard for Tempo Storm to be able to find...
Oh, Mad Life tanking up the tower, though. Santorin's going to tank up the Enchanted Crystal Arrow from Ashe. So they will keep him alive. They have an Ocean Drake on their side, and they still have Baron buff minions. And Quas just gets melted. I didn't even think he was taking that much damage, but Cassiopeia just rips him to shreds. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the map, though, Hatrix getting the better of the trade here against Solo. Hatrix very low on mana. Solo's going to get the wish there from Soraka. The dominance popped already, though. He does have to turn back.
Yeah, it's the big question for Tempo Storm. Are you even able to kill the Cassiopeia, who's the big threat? Or do you need to focus down the other members? But then when you try that, Cassiopeia runs free, and you see Quas go down there as Mad Life was getting a little low. Kind of baited Tempo Storm to walk forward more.
We saw Santorin popping the zoning ultimate from Rengar, so the throw of the hunt was there just to scare everybody away. And with the Baron buff still on multiple members, Gold Coin United take their first inhibitor tower and first inhibitor just 30 minutes into the game.
Yep, looks like they're running down now to potentially grab a Cloud Drake. They're pretty happy with just cracking the bottom inhibitor. That's good usage of the Baron buff so far. About a quarter left on it, but it'll be hard to put into more use after resetting and grabbing this Cloud Drake.
So that's Gold Coin United now 10 kills to 1, up about 14,500 gold. 30 minutes into the game. This is This is the definition of getting your solo lane snowballing ahead.
Yeah, and Tempo Storm's lucky that they were able to grab one of those kills. Otherwise, they'd be facing a perfect game out of Gold Coin United here.
They got a dragon.
They do have the dragon
That'd
as well.
be a no-hitter.
Right, we were talking about
over
this.
this.
Yeah, we argued about this before. What is a no-hitter?
It's no
Harrison.
kills, but maybe you get an objective.
Yeah, I don't think it's turret. I think it's just the
It's
dragon.
like a dragon or maybe like a sneaky
Rift
bear.
Herald.
Does he really count as an objective?
Whoa, don't throw shade at my boy like that.
I mean, he makes people look purple, so I guess that's pretty cool.
Yeah, he's there. He respawns once a game. If anything, he is the most important objective. He only exists once.
You know what else only exists once on the map? A Nexus.
That's true.
And that's what Gold Coin United are going to be trying to push down here as they take another outer tower on the map, the 7th one of the game for themselves. Most of them grouped up on the top side of the map. We have Solo with the Renekton in the mid lane, pushing up that lane as well. Another throw the hunt will be popped to try to zone Tempo Storm away, but Tempo Storm a little bit more stalwart with this one, but with Super Minions pushing on the opposite side, eventually someone's going to have to deal with it.
Sure, it looks like they were maybe a little too eager there, maybe saving the Rengar ult till the bot wave was pushing a little harder on its own. Maybe with this wave it would have been a little better used, but they still have the pressure up on the top side as this bot wave pushes in. They're continuing to threaten this top inhibitor turret. Lots of zoning abilities for both teams to come out here. It's still pretty hard for them to push without this Baron buff. A lot of wave clear available with the Victor.
And that's true. Victor and Ashe. No slouches at wave clearing, and if Quas is not going to be rooting anybody up, he can wind up using the Crepify as well as the Never Move to help aid in that as well. So while the minions are taking more magic damage than normal, it looks like they are going to rotate towards the mid lane here. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow does land on Max. He's able to wind up punching that one away with the Quicksilver Sash, and it does look like that Tempo Storm, though they've blown pretty much every single ultimate on their side, are only going to dissuade Gold Coin United for a couple of seconds.
Yeah, and you see Mash is already back up to full health on his own, basically. Mad Life on the Soraka has plenty of regen on his own, especially when you factor in the Cloud Dragon, able to heal up the members of Gold Coin United when they get low.
Yeah, and there was a Chain of Corruption landing down onto Freeze, a little bit too far back in his own base though, so they did not wind up snatching that one up. You see Gold Coin United, Baron buff not on them. Baron power play wasn't exactly super large, but they've already taken a lot of things on the map. They really only cracked open that bottom lane inhibitor and is giving them all this map pressure at the same exact time. So gold counts be damned. They are able to get this top lane tower off of that because Tempo Storm are just floundering back and forth between multiple lanes, trying to cover everywhere, but Gold Coin United are just not letting them.
Right, you see Gold Coin United keeping the pressure up consistently. Like we said, with that Ocean Drake and Soraka, it's almost impossible to just poke them out of these kind of sieges. And on its own, the super creeps in the bot lane are going to grab the first Nexus turret of the game.
Well, I did say someone was eventually going to have to deal with it, and if you don't, that's what happens. They take your Nexus towers because they're super creeps, and that's what they do.
Yeah, it's hard to figure out a member who to send down there too. Quas on Swain, not the best at dealing with the super creeps. You really probably want to send the Victor down, but then he's also your best wave clear on his own. So Tempo Storm not really having a good option to pick from there. End up losing both objectives on opposite sides of the map.
And Gold Coin United playing slow, more disciplined. Don't overextend after taking that top lane inhibitor. Baron is going to be available on the map in less than 1 minute. They have no reason to try to really rush this one through. They're still only 33.5 going on 34 minutes into this game. They have the stranglehold down on Tempo Storm, and they're just looking for that one more calculated fight. I mean, at this point, they could even just let the super minions end it because Tempo Storm can't even deal with it.
Right, just group up as 5 in the mid lane. There's really not much Tempo Storm can do. They'll shoot out all their zoning abilities. That's great, but you just have to wait a little bit for your side waves to crash on their own. And eventually Tempo Storm will have to respond to those or risk losing their base just to minions.
Yep, you already see Gold Coin United taking your advice, Mark, grouping up in the mid lane. It's 5 strong there. They have the bottom lane already pushing with super minions. Top side has yet to crash into the Tempo Storm base, although with super minions pushing on that side as well. It's only a matter of time, and they just have to sit here, sit back and poke down this already low mid lane inhibitor tower. That one's taking a bit more damage there. Mash will step up, take a couple of pot shots at that one, and then back away. Like you said, it's just a matter of time before Tempo Storm has to act on something.
Yeah, Tempo Storm is definitely in trouble. Gold Coin United does not even need to force a fight. They don't even need multiple members to secure this Baron. I was wondering if they were going to bother going for it as multiple members were still hanging out, pressuring the mid lane. Instead, Phoenix and Santorna says, all right, we'll two-man this. Don't get engaged on mid. This could be an opening for Tempo Storm, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to find it.
They use the Hawk Shot, so they know this is going on, but it looks like they just can't get past the remaining members of Gold Coin United to even contest that. So a second Baron of the game going over the Gold Coin United. You know, the inhibitor on the bottom lane has respawned, but that's an exposed inhibitor, now a Baron buff on GCU.
Yep, Fat Lady's starting to sing here. The Baron buff will be the last little piece needed for Gold Coin United to crack this base open, most likely. Bot inhibitor, like I said, respawning, but I'm sure that one will go down as well pretty quickly here. Gold Coin United just need to play this slow and steady. They land the arrow, but they're not even really engaged with it, using that more for zoning as they focus down the last inhibitor turn of the game on Tempo Storm's face.
Yeah, the Chains of Crushing was used there. Swain dropping extremely low. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow is used as well, but Phoenix is flashing forward, getting as much damage down on Sentinel as possible. 3 members simultaneously falling from the side of Tempo Storm. We even see Santorin jumping super far in and trying to get his Golden Guardian Angel popped underneath a Nexus Tower. Solo is zoning away hat-trick from his own base, and with that
20,000 gold lead.
it's going to be Gold Coin United with a romp in game number 1 over Tempo Storm.
Yeah, I mean, you saw how unclean that engage was there, but the gold lead makes it so that Gold Coin United basically can't lose. They destroy Tempo Storm in game 1, basically off the back of Phoenix's great Cassiopeia play.
Yeah, and that was just basically, you said both of these teams kind of like playing their own sort of style. Tempo Storm is generally one that kind of ignores what their opposing team is doing. Well, at this point in time, when you ignore what Gold Coin United was doing, it just let Gold Coin United run away with the game.
Yeah, I mean, Gold Coin United's style is definitely more defined by the decisions that they make versus the champions that they play. And so in that sense, it's a little easier for Tempo Storm to get banned off the picks that they're really good at. So you see the Malzahar ban come in, as well as the Scion ban. Now Quas doesn't have great tanks to play. And I don't think that was the huge problem this game, but you can see that Gold Coin United has a style that they want to play this slow and steady, and it isn't limited by champion pool at all.
No, and as you already saw, target bans were the big reason why Gold Coin United were able to kind of get their hands on some of these things and force the hands of Tempo Storm. You had the Malzahar being banned away. You wound up having, you mentioned already, the Scion being banned away. A lot of these initiation buttons that the side of Tempo Storm like to use were not on the table for them. They were able to get the Ashe, but they just didn't focus around the bottom side of the map whatsoever, and Freeze never got the advantages that he normally gets when you see a Tempo Storm game.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to focus around the bot side when the mid lane is under that much stress. It was basically right at level 6 when a lot of that kind of 2v1 turn kill from Phoenix happened, and I think you have to look at the mid lane electing to go with the Victor into that Cassiopeia, playing a disadvantageous matchup into the opponent's best player. You have to look at that and kind of raise your eyebrows and say, I'm not sure that was the best idea.
Well, not only is Phoenix the best player potentially on Gold Coin United, at least from the perspective of this game entirely, but he also winds up having one of the higher damage shares. The first for all the mid laners in the Challenger Series. He only gets the second highest amount of gold resources out of 6 teams, so it's not necessarily a super large amount, but he's super efficient with that. His damage per gold ratio super high, and I mean, when he's having an influx of gold like that, he winds up not dying. He winds up roaming up and creating advantages for the rest of his lanes. You get to see why they prioritize this guy so much.
Yeah, and it's nice that, like we said, he can play basically anything. There weren't a ton. There was only 4 mid lane bans, but Phoenix showing that you can't really ban him out. Blinds and Cassiopeia to help the team comp. Takes his 2v1, very impressive, and then after that, he's able to start spreading his wealth around the map, going up top side, helping Solo out, and then eventually threatening dives around bot lane as well. So a lot of the advantages basically came through Phoenix, though Santorin did have a good early game pathing as well.
Yeah, I was going to say a lot of the advantages Phoenix got actually came because of the fact that he was able to ward up the top side of the jungle, steal the Krug's Way multiple times, force Sentinel away from that side of the map, and then was able to kind of just counter gank and turn things around off of that play we just saw in the mid lane.
Yeah, and we talk about how Tempo Storm's bot lane is kind of the focus for them getting things going. For Gold Coin United, you take Soraka, you take Varus, and you just kind of hold on to the lane and let the top side of your map control the game.
Well, that was definitely a Gold Coin United sided game number 1. We're going to be headed towards a break while the teams regroup for game number 2. So stick around to see if Tempo Storm can tie the series or if Gold Coin United is going to jump out to a 2-0 lead. Well, maybe unless Phoenix sticks around. This is preying upon his aggressive tendencies. The exhaust comes out, but Phoenix able to flash away. He does want it getting first blood. Off to the side comes Santorin. He's already flashed forward and able to pick up a second kill onto Zensa. Member in Phoenix. It looks like Tempo Storm's going to try something out here. They land the arrow on match. The CC chain flashes forward and lands through, but the Soraka keeps Varus alive. The chains of corruption fly out, and looks like it's going to be 2 kills picked up for Gold Coin United. Big see you.
Yeah, Gold Coin United, you see the power of that Soraka there, able to keep mashing me alive for quite some time. Though Phoenix caught out a little bit, trying to turn this back around. Flashes away from the Swain to get an angle onto Hattrix, blows him up.
And he gets all the healing from landing those fangs on the poison, and Solo's going to come in as well. With that
20,000 gold lead.
It's going to be Gold Coin United with a romp in game number 1 over Tempo Storm.
Yeah, I mean,
I think the way we're thinking about the game stuff definitely gives us an advantage, mainly because we've all been on stage before. We've like used to the pressure that's gonna come on us, whereas like some of the other teams or the players might not have faced this kind of pressure before because they only played like matches that have not been on stage, or they've never had this very serious matches. So I think that'll definitely be an advantage for us.
Welcome back, everyone. We're heading into Game 2 of this semifinal series between Goldcorn United and Tempo Storm. As Santorin said right there, nobody looked nervous on their team whatsoever that game.
Yeah, they're not even on stage yet when this will be the biggest advantage for them when they have the live finals. But for now, I mean, they're crushing so far versus Tempo Storm, and a lot of it is off the back of Phoenix.
Yeah, Phoenix just ran away with that game. We said Goldcorn United kind of just played their entire game. It was more like Phoenix show, that entire series. Cassiopeia, he had a massive amount of damage in that game, didn't die whatsoever. And this was a matchup that they basically banned him into and then picked the victor, which was not a winning lane matchup whatsoever.
No, I mean, they were doing good job early, giving a little bit of attention to hat tricks, just enough to be fine in lane. But then there was a big turnaround 2v1 by Phoenix that kind of blew the game open. And after he got that, I mean, he knew how to pressure the map. He made a lot of roam plays. He was helping in the jungle and with vision control. And he and Santorin seem to have really good jungle mid synergy.
Yeah, and that's one of the strengths that Goldcorn United definitely highlighted when we have been able to talk to them in the past, 5 weeks of challenge or whatever. They're saying they're developing synergy not just between Santorin and his solo lanes, Santorin and Mad Life, of course, establishing control over the map. And that was one of their strengths as well. Not only was Phoenix able to roam around and exert that pressure across the map, but it was because Santorin, mainly just him, was getting all that vision control down on the opposing team's top side of the map.
Yeah, and that definitely helped Solo as well, who started moving around the map. He came down early on to help grab that first outer turret. Phoenix obviously also going up to help Solo get kills as well. So the whole top side really worked well together because they had pressure in the top lane. Santorin had smart pathing, and then Phoenix was able to make the individual outplay.
Well, on the flip side, when it comes to talking about Team Tempo Storm that game, there wasn't a lot to say about them because there wasn't a lot that they actually did that game. Their bottom lane went even. Their 2 solo lanes wound up losing, even though there was a little bit of pressure exerted in the mid lane early on to try to get Victor to level 6 safer first, but they just were never able to get the ball rolling. Only 1 kill and 1 dragon the entire game.
Yeah, they were definitely on the back foot for basically the entire game after around the 6-7 minute mark, and they did try and do some stuff. So when they saw Santorin on the top side once, they tried to force a fight in the bot lane with the Ash Arrow. It's just very hard to win that against a Varus and Soraka, who can kind of have that disengage option where they can heal up, they shoot the Varus ult out, and then worst case scenario, they flash away. So it's very hard to force that without any kind of jungler assistance, and like we said, the jungler was mostly controlled by Santorin.
Yeah, and by the time we actually saw Tempo Storm being able to really kind of pull the plug on pull the trigger on the way their composition was going to wind up working, it was a little bit too little too late. We saw them try to jump on the mash. At that point, Soraka was able to heal him up basically to full HP the entire time, and the rest of Goldcorn United collapsed because, well, Tempo Storm had no vision whatsoever in their jungle.
Right, and the other problem, of course, is the fact that Phoenix is the big carry of that game. So it's nice that we saw them jump onto Mash and Mad Life a couple different times, but if you're not actually able to kill the big threat in Phoenix on Cassiopeia, then you're probably not going to win that fight.
And we'll have to see if there's any adaptations. We are in picks and bans for game number 2. Tempo Storm this time around is going to wind up being on the blue side, so they will have the option of that first pick overall in the draft, but they're going to continue banding away the Ryze away from Phoenix. The last time they did it on red side, we thought maybe it was Ryze is a very strong pick, but it looks like they're going to continue the focus on Phoenix because, well, now Cassiopeia is off the table.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's the stop Phoenix from going off show. Goldcorn United going to ban out the LeBlanc on their own, as well as the Varus taking out basically what are considered 2 of the strongest champions on this patch. Gonna need to see what else they decide to go for. A little surprising to see the LeBlanc ban. We know Phoenix isn't afraid to play into that sometimes, but maybe the team overall elected to take just a power pick off the table, not need to risk Tempo Storm grabbing that and snowballing.
The Tempo Storm already showed in game number 1 that they're not afraid to try to get an advantage for hat tricks in the mid lane. If you give them a champion like the LeBlanc, that's an advantage that is very difficult to come back from if the LeBlanc starts getting ahead.
Tempo Storm also banning out the Rengar. Seemed like they thought that was a little bit of an issue that game. Obviously, Santorin got a huge CS lead. He didn't need to make the big Rengar plays that we're used to seeing, but I actually think that was smart of him. You have the Cassiopeia kind of getting out of control there. She was making a lot of the plays. You don't need to go force a bot play when Cassiopeia is roaming topside. Instead, he just elects to farm out in the mid lane. So I think overall the team played really smart, so it's nice to see that they're not forcing too hard just because they have a Rengar, and so Tempo Storm takes that one away. And then they also grabbed the first pick, Graves.
Yeah, so Graves going to be the pick for Zentinel in the jungle again. They highlighted the Vi game 1, but they decided not to go with that one. So that is going to be one of the more powerful jungle picks, although Zentinel did fall behind extremely early on it. We'll have to see if that was a symptom of the Rengar in the opposing team's jungle, now with the Kha'Zix being locked in for Santorin.
Yep, so Kha'Zix's not quite as efficient of a clear as Rengar is, and that's definitely the playstyle that we tend to see Santorin favoring, going for those CS leads and pressure advantages versus just the big plays. And a lot of that was also due to the fact that they had the Renekton, extremely strong pick that was able to help make sure that he was free to go for those kind of Krug invades. But once again, Rumble is locked in for solo, banned away game 1, extremely strong top laner, so Gold Coin United still coming out with some picks that they clearly like.
Yeah, and something that they're not afraid to pretty much blind pick in this circumstance. Once again, kind of throwing no heed to what Quas is going to be able to pick against it. Rumble already very strong into a lot of the tank matchups, so even though they've left the Scion open this time, they're not going to be afraid to run the Rumble into it.
Yeah, for sure. That's definitely something that I think a lot of Rumbles would be comfortable with. Tempo Storm also grabbing the Ezreal Karma, a pretty strong lane right now that's been raising in priority for a lot of bot lanes. We've seen in the LCK basically being taken over everything but Varus, and just the scaling that comes in for the Ezreal is generally just a higher DPS threat than pretty much anything else in the game. Gold Coin United going with the Caitlyn to try and counter it, probably trying to hold it down a little bit in the early lane. Karma is a strong support laner, so it's no surprise to see that they don't want to take a potentially weak counter pick there.
No, at the same exact time, though, as the first ban of the second ban phase, it looks like they are a little bit more afraid of the Scion than we anticipated. They are going to be banning that one away, but of course that leaves Quas's champion pool. As much as we say he loves picking these unique pickups, it's still a little bit slim, because you mentioned already, doesn't play the Maokai, that's also seen significant enough nerfs to kind of take it down a couple of pegs in the tier list. Doesn't necessarily play that Nautilus. We've seen Hatrix take that one up when it winds up being locked in for the side of Tempo Storm. I don't think I've seen Quas play a Poppy game, thank goodness, but you know, pinching this champion pool and using it against them is something we haven't seen teams doing against Tempo Storm at all.
Right, and I think the Scion, though, I'm sure Soul is comfortable in the matchup in the 1v1. Scion does have a lot of that kind of global threat. He can ult down to the bot lane, try and turn something TP top. We saw Quas go for that play multiple times throughout the Challenger Series, so you don't want to have to deal with that kind of pressure and just making sure that he's stuck onto maybe a more normal tank or even a carry versus carry matchup might be something that Gold Coin United is comfortable with. Though we know Quas, like we said, a lot of weird picks. He might have something prepared for the Rumble, but we'll have to see. There's also the Nautilus ban, generally considered the best tank on this patch as well.
Yeah, we've seen Quas kind of go back and forth between some interesting top lane picks. We've seen him play the Camille, which has seen significant nerfs and has kind of been left open for at least both of these games so far, more frequently than she used to be banned out, as well as the Vladimir pick was something he was experimenting with. He played it in the tiebreaker matchup. Didn't really wind up working out for him, though.
No, that was a time where he was pinched as well in this champ pool. It seems like Gold Coin United has identified that as a potential weakness. Get him off Scion as the one tank he wants to play, and then take a lot of these kind of bully top laners. The Renekton in game 1, the Rumble in game 2, Tempo Storm banning out the Jace. That becomes a much bigger threat of a mid lane pick once you have the Rumble top lane securing a lot of AP damage, but it looks like Gold Coin United going to go with another kind of bully in Syndra.
Well, the Syndra was something they banned away from Hatrix in game number 1. This time around, it's going to be Gold Coin United themselves taking it up for them. And as you mentioned, the Jace ban coming through. You already have a Caitlyn, you already have a Rumble. You have the makings of a very dangerous composition. Once you start taking down one tower, the dominoes sort of fall one after another that way. Then you also have the potential for having the Jace kind of split push while the Rumble can group up and utilize that teleport to wind up getting some really good equalizers. But this time around, it's going to be Quas himself that takes that Renekton into that matchup.
Yeah, and we see the Vladimir mid coming in for Hatrix. So I love the Renekton pick into Rumble. It has a good matchup there. It's going to give Quas pressure. We know that he's an important member for Tempo Storm to be able to get going on his own. He doesn't tend to receive a lot of help, so if he's able to get pressure on his own, that's great. Vladimir, a very weak pick on its own, especially in the laning phase, though it does survive all-ins and attention pretty well, and that's one of the big threats when you're playing against a Syndra. So for the matchup, not that bad. As we see, Gold Coin United also round out their comp with the Soraka again.
Well, so Mad Life gonna get the second time around on the Soraka. First time worked out well. First time we've seen him play it. This time around, we'll see if it is as effective. But as you mentioned, with that Vladimir pickup, it also gives them a little bit more insurance scaling into the later stages of the game. Quas or Renekton in general necessarily doesn't scale as well as some of the other top lane, mega tanks or even some of the later game carries wind up doing. Vladimir himself has a rather weak early lane phase compared to some of the other, specifically mid lane champions, but will eventually ramp up to the point where even though he might not deal the most burst damage, he's so hard to kill and just deals so much damage eventually.
He's a huge threat, assuming the game goes late. And the kind of thing that I'm a little scared for Gold Coin United this time around is that they don't really have a tank of any kind. Obviously, Rengar can work a little bit as a frontliner. They had the Renekton last game. This time around, you're basically looking at a Zanya's Rumble and then the Kha'Zix. So if they struggle to get a lead early game, we're going to have to see if they're able to play these kinds of low CC, low tank comps that have been bugging a lot of teams around the world, other than maybe the top Korean teams.
Well, this was a composition similar to something Gold Coin United ran, and I believe it was week 2 or week 3, where they had the LeBlanc mid lane, they had a Jace in the top lane, and that was the composition. They put the Braum in the bottom lane, and basically it was like, this is our dedicated tank, this is our poke and our dive kind of composition. This is what we're going to do, and they struggled to close out that game. They did wind up winning it, however, it was a symptom of Game 1 Gold Coin United.
Yeah, maybe it was just Game 1 Gold Coin United where they do tend to struggle, but what's scary is they kind of crushed last game, and now that we're in Game 2, they might turn it up even more. I do like Tempo Storm's draft a little bit more than last game. Obviously, I'm not a big fan of Vladimir mid. I feel like it's basically conceding a lot of advantages around the map to say, I hope I don't get snowballed on. But that was the big problem last game, so maybe it makes a little bit of sense here.
Well, one of the things that Tempo Storm does not have in their draft phase this game as well is a lot of hard CC and a really dedicated go button. We talked about their compositions at the top of the show. This is something that they usually rely on. They had Ashe last game. It was one go button. It wasn't enough for them to be able to make any plays around the map. Now where the only go button really is Quas's stun maybe, or maybe like a Karma tether. We'll have to see if they're actually able to convert any of those lane advantages into something in the mid stages of the game, because they were down basically, as we mentioned, from the level 6 mark forward last game.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to play without any kind of tank or CC. From ahead or behind. From ahead, you want some kind of tank to threaten dives or neutral objectives by being able to survive the damage of them. And then also when you're behind, it's hard to find a pickoff if you don't have anyone to land any CC. Gold Coin United having a little bit more of that. They do have the Syndra potentially, but that's about it. Both these team comps pretty squishy, pretty low CC, though Vladimir does get a little annoying to try and kill, like you said.
Yeah, he definitely gets to be annoying to kill. So that could mean one of two things. Either we're going to have a really messy game with a lot of fights, or knowing these two teams, it's going to be a very calm game where we're trying to get advantages throughout the laning phase, basically off the back of either Sentinel or Santorin. And as the way game number 1 went, that's where I'm really looking here. Is Sentinel going to be as starved in his jungle on this Graves as he was last game versus the Rengar?
A little surprising there. I saw Tempo Storm pinging out the entire jungle path that Sentinel wanted to go for. Not many teams do that, so it's kind of cool to see that. This time we see Graves starting on the blue buff basically alone. Santorin on Kha'Zix, the typical start. On the Raptors, get the early 2 and then go up onto your red buff. One of the things that this path does lead into is an early 3 off the Krugs and then going for a kind of cheesy gank on the top side. We'll need to see if Santorin wants to do that. It is a carry versus carry matchup, which can make it extremely important to get a lead early. Talking about getting leads early, Phoenix is going hard on hat tricks.
Already with the early aggressive level 2, and we see the exhaust being taken by Phoenix in this mid lane matchup as well against the Vladimir. So we'll see if Phoenix can be as dominant over hat tricks as he was in game number 1, or with the Vladimir a little bit more, as you mentioned, kind of a slow start laner, but more sustained capabilities. And the fact that there's no ignite picked up by Phoenix will of course mean that he's a little bit safer in the lane phase this time.
Yep, Santorin not going for that early gank onto the top side, instead going back. Gonna head down to his bot side jungle now. Gets the early purchase. And it's gonna try and clear around there. Sentinel doing that full clear that Graves likes to do. He's able to clear relatively full health. And, you know, like we said, Graves is a champion that doesn't have a ton of playmaking early on, but does scale extremely well. So making sure that you keep your farm up is extremely important, something he struggled to do last game.
And it will be something that Tempo Storm, if they reach the later stages of this game, will definitely need, is a large source of burst damage. Because you have the Vladimir, you have the Ezreal, very pokey, very sustainy damage champions. If the Renekton doesn't wind up scaling super, super far ahead, like, say, getting a Rift Herald, like Solo did in game number 1, he as well will struggle to provide an apt amount of damage. But as you mentioned, Gold Coin United with a very tankless composition. They still have a Soraka on their side, so it'll be really, really annoying. But the later stages of this game, once you kind of break into that mid-game area, it could be for some messy.
Yeah, very messy when no one can get locked down, and there's a lot of survivability for both teams. The Vladimir in particular being one of the ones that tends to bait people. Soraka as well. Very annoying to get a fight that you think is going in your favor, and then the ambulance comes in, heals them up, gets the global ult as well, turns fights all over the map. Can be a very annoying pick to deal with.
I'm also kind of looking at this bottom side of the map. As you mentioned, the Ezreal and Karma kind of being a more favored lane on 7.4. We've already seen, like you mentioned, a lot of the games in the LCK really like going for this Ezreal Karma kind of pokey and prodding style in the bottom lane. But Caitlyn in and of herself has always been a very lane dominant marksman.
Yep, she is able to kind of get the push on this lane that might be hard otherwise. They also have good trading with Mad Life being able to heal up any kind of that poke damage that this Tempo Storm lane is going to want to throw down. So that's a good counter there, and both of them actually scale extremely well, which is one of the things that when you go up against the Ezreal, his scaling is a little bit better than a lot of the utility AD carries. And with the Caitlyn, you're able to match that, though your early or your mid game is a little bit weaker compared to a Miramana Triforce Ezreal that you tend to see.
Yep, and because of the potential to build into something like that Triforce, the Ezreal is able to start with that longsword and 3 health potions, whereas the Caitlyn, a little bit more of the quote-unquote traditional start with a Doran's laid-in health potion of her own, but it looks like Sentinel will be the first one to make its presence known in this game, and Solo not even going to want to blow in any summoners, just realizes he was up too far and goes down for first blood.
Right, really surprising that they were able to get that gank. You see that there was a lot of wards for Gold Coin United. It looks like those came in after, and now the pressure keeps up. Tempo Storm trying to force them all in onto the bot lane.
Flash forward with the root as well, and Sheep's going to wind up trading Exhaust right there as he wants to drop it down low, has to run away from that himself. Freeze, very low on mana, was not able to provide enough damage in that fight.
Yeah, a close all in there. Looked like Mash might have been able to flash in, maybe for a last on Sheep. Elects not to go for it, holds onto that summoner. Solo teleports back into the top side, and a good gank overall for Tempo Storm. They don't always go top side that often, but able to convert on that one.
Yeah, I guess when they have Cross on something like the Renekton, it is going to be extremely lane dominant and very dependent on how the lane phase goes. They're not afraid to throw a couple of resources up his way, but the first blood gold did wind up going down onto Sentinel on that top side. On the bottom side, at the end of the day, it does wind up going a little bit more in favor of Mash and Mad Life because you have the sustain from that Soraka, but it's a 3 summoner trade for 3 summoner trade.
Yep, so a good early game here for Tempo Storm compared to last game. You're probably happy with that kill going on to the Graves, honestly. It's going to scale a little bit harder than the Renekton. It would have been nice to get that kill for the top lane, help snowball individually a little bit harder.
Well, now we'll have to see what the response from Sam Torin is. He was very good at pillaging Sentinel's jungle last game, and with this Kha'Zix pickup, we'll see if he's able to do the exact same thing or not. He does have Phoenix kind of coming down to help him out. They have a couple of control wars already placed on this bottom side of the map, and it looks like with Sheep and Freeze, after that trade, they know those summoners are down. They're rotating down here for quite the dive, but Sentinel's already shown up as well. Freeze going to be able to arcane shift away from the Phoenix stun right there, so it is going to wind up being GCU. Didn't even realize how low they poked this tower down, but already forcing away the bottom side of the map from Tempo Storm.
Yeah, you see that perma-shove that can come in from that Caitlyn. You have the healing from Mad Life as well, and a good roam by Gold Coin United forces them away. Not actually able to convert it into a kill, but good pressure overall. Forces the Ezreal back now at a 10 CS disadvantage. Sentinel had to go down to help cover as well. So the gold lead still in Tempo Storm's favor, but just barely.
Well, and because of that pressure on the bottom side, and because of that CS advantage, we see Freeze going for the I'll get there eventually build, going for the Cull in addition to the Tear of the Goddess, whereas Mashmi on the opposite side has gone back and picked up a BF sword for himself. So if there's already lane dominance established by Gold Coin United on the bottom side of the map, this purchase is going to make it even more difficult for Tempo Storm to survive and keep that very low HP tower alive.
It's actually a really interesting matchup in terms of how the item power spikes come in. You see early game, it does favor Caitlyn just due to her kit and the strength of Caitlyn's laning, especially if you get it back like this where you're able to get your BF sword and he has to go with the Cull tier. Ideally, you want to trade a little bit heavier with the Ezreal, force the backs earlier if you can. Hard to do that against the Soraka, so a good purchase for Mash there. And he's going to have control of this lane for the rest of the way, but then, like we said, that mid game comes in when Caitlyn's on an item and a half, something like Hurricane BF sword. It's not nearly as strong as the Ezreal, who might be cashing in on his Triforce Cull, Cell, and kind of hitting that annoying, pokey Ezreal mid-game.
That Ezreal power spike and the Caitlyn plateau, so to speak, hit very well where Tempo Storm really likes to kind of kick into high gear their game plans, which is around that 20-minute mark. When they have gold advantages, they wind up winning the games at that point. When they don't, it unfortunately takes a little while for them to bleed out and they slowly die like they did in game number 1. So bottom side of the map, though maybe slightly in favor of Gold Coin United, the top side of the map was in favor of Tempo Storm, although Solo in this Renekton versus Rumble matchup, still very content to push up quite aggressively with that Flame Spitter. Does still have basically even CS, if 1 or 2 more over his lane opponent in this matchup, despite being first blood.
Yeah, overall, Tempo Storm not doing too bad. You would have wanted to see that maybe the Renekton get a little bit more of an advantage with that kill, but the big thing for me is the fact that Hatrix is actually farming mostly even in this mid lane matchup. That's very useful for Tempo Storm, that they are getting some chip damage down on a lot of their turrets. They will probably lose the first one in the game, but that's something that is not surprising to see happen when you pick such like a low playmaking team in the early game. They really don't have too much to do with Vladimir, Karma, Ezreal, and Graves. So we see the all-in from Phoenix here, trunking out Hatrix pretty heavily.
Man, Hatrix did not have his pull available. Used that one underneath the tower to just wind up farming up some minions. So Phoenix knew that it was A-okay to do that. Looks like it was more of a warning ultimate as Phoenix goes extremely low on mana himself and will wind up going actually over to his own blue buff, where Santorin is like, hey, I heard you're low on mana, I'm gonna get you this one.
Let me help you out, bro.
And even though Phoenix has not necessarily been able to kill Hatrix, and Hatrix has been able to keep up and farm, it did cause a little bit of a worry, the fact that we do have Phoenix pushing up so aggressively. He was open to roam down to that bottom side early on with Santorin and try to put some pressure onto this bottom side of the map, where now Mad Life, the heal actually gonna have to be burned out there by Mash as well, the flash used as well, so Tempo Storm, despite not necessarily having all the item advantages, did have a Graves in that trade, so wound up forcing them back.
Yeah, overall, the side of Gold Coin United doing a decent job absorbing some pressure here. It was, I think they knew they're pretty obvious the Graves was coming down there, so they're not afraid to blow their summoners defensively, not risk getting chunked out and having the flash follow. A nice advantage for Tempo Storm to be able to grab that, might be able to alleviate some of the pressure down the bot lane, though Gold Coin United, they made one roam down there, they could easily make another one.
And Gold Coin United has also done a good job kind of stemming the tide of the gold advantage that was gained from that first blood from Tempo Storm. Gold counts pretty much even across the board. A lot of this is going to be made up by those CS advantages in the middle and the bottom side of the map here by Gold Coin United. But we'll see if they're actually able to transition any sort of pressure from these lane matchups into that early first tower bot side, into something. They already have that bottom side of the map littered with wards. There's a Cloud Drake available, which they could potentially wind up taking, although it is not the most important Drake in the map right now. That tower is probably where they're going to set their sights for first, if they so choose to roam.
Right, I'm sure at some point here, Gold Coin United is going to make a play down for that bot turret. We see Tempo Storm making another repeat gang on the Mad Life. No flash available, go to the flash tether here.
Yeah, so they wind up rooting down on the Mad Life. Mash actually going to take a lot of damage while the Wish gets popped, and Mad Life's going to be dropping low and dropping dead. Sheep himself.
Teleport's coming in.
Yeah, the teleport is there. The Equalizer comes out, but in comes Quas as well. Zentil's going to try to flash away. He will survive. Uses the collateral damage to run away, but Santorin cleans up the very low HP Karma. Solo is going to be marked for death with the Vladimir Hemo Plague, so he will go in and get as much damage as possible, but it's Quas that flashes and picks up a kill. The Vladimir is going to be going forward as well. Quas will fall, but there's another kill picked up in that fight as well for Tempo Storm, and it looks like all in all, it's a 3-for-2 in favor of Tempo Storm.
The game kind of blows open around the bot lane, no surprise there, and you see how powerful that Renekton is in these early skirmishes, able to frontline extremely well for Tempo Storm, buying them the space they need to win that fight. It was a good teleport by Solo getting in there, but was not actually able to finish off Sheep fast enough with his Rumble ultimate. And it is pretty hard to land that, like we said, with no lockdown CC, but we're going to take another look at this play.
And this is the play that was set up by Tempo Storm. Sentinel putting more pressure on the bottom lane already in this game than he did in game number 1.
Yeah, a lot of less pressure around the map to have to respond to here. A good flash onto Mad Life. He has no summoners, easy to grab a kill there. Sheep does get extremely low, which makes his teleport dangerous, but you see the Rumble Equalizer not really able to lock anyone down. The heal coming in, still available from Freeze, helping get Sheep out of there, and then a good follow by Quas and Hatrix. Like we said, this annoying backline divers that are Vladimir and Renekton. Eventually Renekton does go down, but stayed up for a very long time during that fight.
And Sentinel barely able to survive, but using that collateral damage and the dash to get himself out of harm's way, away from that Rumble ultimate. So all in all, really good fight for Tempo Storm. Got themselves a slight gold advantage now. You know, about 13 minutes into the game, this is where Gold Coin United was really starting to run away with things after they had gotten that gank down in the mid lane. This time, Tempo Storm, playing more to the strengths that we assumed they would play to in that bottom side of the map, have gotten themselves some gold advantages. They don't actually have a gold advantage in their bottom lane matchup, but they are transitioning leads out of the top lane and out of the jungle because of the pressure from that play.
Right, it's nice to throw up 4 kills to 2. Still no objectives taken in this game so far. And Gold Coin United still positioned to probably be the first one to grab it here, grabbing that bot turret.
So Gold Coin United, although they lose that fight, all of the poke and prod and lane pressure they got down in the bottom lane does result in that first tower gold going over to the bottom lane duo. So Mash going to continue to extend his slight advantages over his counterpart in Freeze. But most important, this is going to open that Caitlyn up now to move around the map. Caitlyn extremely good at taking outer towers. The inner towers, when she plateaus on items, a little bit harder to take them.
Yeah, and a nice ult there from Solo, reading that the pressure was going to come up for the top side as his bot lane was grabbing the turret. Ults the wave so that they can't get the dive off, survives that. Gold Coin United keeps the pressure up around bot lane.
Yep, they saw Sentinel up in top side, so they don't need to move the Caitlyn out of lane quite yet. Might as well get a lot of damage down on that tier 2 bottom tower.
Yep, and now they're going to back off as they sense that there's no more pressure along the top side. And smart play by both teams. Obviously, one of the strengths of Rumble is the fact that he's probably the second hardest champion to force map-wide plays against. He's able to clear the waves extremely easily with his ultimate to avoid the dive. The other one, of course, the king of it, GP.
You are going to see the Cloud Drake, however, started up by Gold Coin United. So while Sentinel was away on the top side of the map, the Cloud Drake will be the play for Gold Coin United. Going to be taking that one because it was pretty much free in those circumstances.
Yep. Tempo Storm resetting, dealing with the wave that Gold Coin United pushed in. Very easy to back off that wave, grab the dragon. Still a lot of vision control down the bot side for Gold Coin United. We'll need to see what they want to do with their lane assignments. Generally speaking, Syndra does not want to be in a side lane, and Caitlyn doesn't love being mid either. She's fine there, but I think they're going to try and move the Caitlyn around more to the side lanes than anything around mid.
I want to see if they try to swap the duo to the top side, as we have seen them do in the past. If that Caitlyn wants to try taking down some more outer towers, that could be one of the places where she focuses down. Has the Berserker's Greaves and the Zeal item picked up, in addition to 2 pieces of the Infinity Edge. It's going to be Sentinel coming up to the top side of the map here to try to get some damage down onto Solo, but looks like he sniffed that one out. He's going to wind up using the Equalizer to continue to clear out the wave, just like you mentioned before, Mark. Meanwhile, Phoenix.
Holy crap, a 2-man double stun 1v2 once again from Phoenix, this time blowing up the 80 carry as opposed to the mid laner. This allows his bot lane to join up with him and just take this turret down. Once again, Gold Coin United using the Rumble ult to stem the pressure in the top side, getting an advantage around the mid lane.
Yeah, Phoenix just absolutely demolished Freeze in that one. Just wiped them off the face of the earth, and I don't even think they really needed their duo to kind of rotate to that mid lane to take the tower after that, but that's going to be Gold Coin United immediately responding to any sort of pressure, any sort of advantage that the Tempo Storm was able to get, and now just off the back of that play, 2,000 gold in the lead of Gold Coin United.
I mean, this is one of the things that people actually hate about Syndra, is the fact that she does do an extremely good job dealing with the 1v2 bot lane going there. So Tempo Storm wants to kind of start setting up this 1v1, get the Vladimir, who's extremely good in the side lane there. But unfortunately, Phoenix showing that you can't just assume an 80 carry safe because there's a support next to him.
See, all Phoenix wanted to do was make sure that Caitlyn went to the top side like we said she might do. So he was just trying to prove us right.
Yeah, he's like, hey, Caitlyn, don't help me out. Though Tempo Storm being able to get some pressure down this mid lane as Gold Coin United backed away after grabbing that turret, able to respond to it in time so they avoid having it go down, but Tempo Storm trying to pull Gold Coin around the map a little bit.
Yeah, the downsides of having Vladimir in a lane matchup is, while Hatrix has stayed relatively safe and has not died outright to Phoenix himself, he has not necessarily been able to really put any sort of damage or pressure down onto that mid lane tower, so it was still about full HP when they went to pressure it. Now at about half HP for themselves. And Tempo Storm, as you mentioned, although they've been able to get advantages in the early game, and although they were doing things more proactively this time around, they'd never translated it into an early game objective. They've lost the dragon, they've lost the first tower, and they're still struggling to find their first of any of those.
Right, and the big thing there is the fact that Solo, despite going down early in the game, was able to keep a CS lead available and was able to ult the wave every time Tempo Storm was trying to force a play on the top side, which was usually done at the expense of somewhere else on the map. So they were sacking their bot lane turret to try and get one on the top side. Solo ults the wave, is able to back off, does not get dove. Second time again, they send their bot lane mid. That gets taken out by itself from Phoenix, and Solo surviving around the top lane.
Now we have both of the duo lanes making the way up to the top side of the map. So Tempo Storm, advantages that they were gotten, or because they were playing around wherever Freeze was on the map. Gold Coin United, however, have gotten advantages because they were playing around wherever Freeze wasn't on the map so far. They got him in the top side when Solo was able to stem the bleeding of that first blood and kind of keep up in the CS advantages, and Phoenix himself has basically been doing Syndra things and blowing up anybody who isn't Vladimir that comes into that lane. So now it's on Gold Coin United with that last outer tower looking to be their focus. What are they going to be doing next? They're sending Kha'Zix up there, they're sending Syndra up there, they're moving everybody around. It looks like they're just going to take this one down.
Yep, Tempo Storm not able to match the pressure. Gold Coin United's putting up on the top side of the map. Back off this turret, sack it, down 2,000, almost 3,000 gold now, as Gold Coin United has taken the entire outer ring of turrets, and Tempo Storm still has not grabbed a turret this series.
So that's going to wind up being a huge burden on the minds of Tempo Storm, as now Gold Coin United have pretty much opened up a large portion of the map for themselves. They've also been able to open up, you know, a large amount of gold for themselves. You mentioned about a 3,000, 2,500 gold advantage now coming across for them. That's going to be converted into the Morel Namicon and pieces for the Leandri's Torrent, already acquired by the Syndra. We've seen Aegis of the Legion being completed from Mad Life. It's now Solo. He is one that doesn't quite have as much gold as his counterparts here. He's going to wind up getting dove. The Hemo Plague was on him. He flashes away. The heal comes in for Mash. The flash after there by Hatrix will make sure he seals the deal on that kill, but Hatrix now kind of caught out. He's going to wind up going into his pool for him, and with the Cavalry coming in and Sentinel and Quas, they're able to pick up a kill for themselves.
Right, and that time, Solo did not sense the pressure coming down from the mid lane. He knew Tempo Storm had recently been in the top side, so he thought it was fine to be able to wave clear by himself there. Doesn't drop the ultimate to do so, gets dove, but
here comes Phoenix. They're going to flash stun him immediately, though, and Sentinel will blow him up. It's going to be a kill traded away, though, as Santorin is finally able to take down Vladimir, but they just collapsed on Phoenix.
Yeah, it's also buying Tempo Storm up in the top side. They grabbed their first turret, grabbing the outer. continue to push into the inner, and now they're going to be grabbing the red buff away.
Well, Quas, though, is going to be taking a little bit of damage there as matches Caitlyn. Runon's Hurricane, not completing Infinity Edge yet. Going to be dealing a little bit of damage, but now Santorin and Mad Life, they say, hey, if your dual lane's going to stay up there, we're going to continue to pressure down on this bot lane tower. We've chunked down to half HP off of the last map movement you made on top side of the map, but it does look like Gold Coin United, with the respawns coming in from the side of Tempo Storm, decide to back away.
Yep, Santorin will be able to grab this red buff that they just lost on the top side as well, so not terrible overall, but a good play from Tempo Storm, getting this gold lead closer back to even. Now sitting around a 1,000 gold disadvantage. We're taking a look at this collapse by Phoenix. Thought he was probably going to be able to turn this one around for his team.
Yeah, he thought he was collapsing, but it was him who got collapsed on double flash forward from Quas and Zentil. Just blow him up immediately.
Got to be careful near those walls. Gets stunned up by Quas, and Graves still had all his spells available, able to drop his QR combo, and does a lot of damage.
Talking about the lack of hard CC on the side of Tempo Storm, you know, that's the one kind of engaged tool that they do have, is the Flash Renekton stun into Graves' blow-up amounts of damage, which may not necessarily be the best thing going into the later
Yeah, I mean, you got about a 5-minute cooldown on a single target, 1.5 stun usually, so it's probably not the best engaged tool in League of Legends.
I can think of a lot more things like Twisted Fate Ultimate and Ash Arrow, or a lot of different things, but regardless of that, they will not necessarily have any of those forms of engagement whatsoever to contest Gold Coin United going for their second dragon of the game. Santorin said that one of the things he wanted to work on was better dragon control heading into the playoffs, and, well, they gotten 2 for themselves in the early game.
Yep, got a Cloud Drake, got a Mountain Drake now. Gonna help them move around the map and take objectives faster. And Tempo Storm still a little bit on the back foot here, but not out of the game yet.
They're definitely closer than they were in game number 1, and they've definitely been more proactive and shown a stronger presence of mind to make things happen, and they are not down nearly as much as they were in multiple roles. The mid lane matchup relatively even here. Hatrick's holding his own now. Top lane matchup more even than you would like, considering how much early pressure Quas got. But more importantly, Sentinel 3-0-1 on Graves. Very, very similar farm and gold totals to Santorin. That's going to be one of the big keys in this matchup, is that Graves is now on even footing, if not slightly ahead.
Yeah, and I think another important thing is the fact that the Vladimir is basically online. 2-1-2, 200 farm, just 21 minutes into the game. That's actually extremely good, and because Gold Coin United as well are lacking in CC, it's going to be very hard to peel this Vladimir off of the backline. He's going to have his Zanya's available soon, hasn't started building it yet, but once he, you know, assuming he builds that, he'll have that kind of vulnerability. He has this W pool as well. And Gold Coin United don't have a way to stop him from going in between those.
No, they do have a Marilla, Namicon, and Leandri's Torment on Phoenix. However, cutting the healing from Vladimir can only do so much when you actually can't target him, and he's still healing off of multiple targets from a team fight sort of hemo play. So we'll have to see what Gold Coin United is going to have to do in order to kind of stop that Vladimir, and more importantly, what they're going to wind up doing at this point in time. Caitlyn has completed her Infinity Edge and has the Hurricane, but at the same exact time, we have Freeze stacking up towards his Muramana. His Trinity Force is completed. This is what we're talking about in the early lane stages. At this point in time, this is where Ezreal starts to come online, and this is where Caitlyn kind of stalls out until she gets another item or two.
Right, and it seems like after that play in the bot lane, Gold Coin United has slowed down a little bit, though Freeze gets stunned up again.
I think I saw that one once before. Is Phoenix going to take him extremely low, but the Leandri's Torment Burn not going to be enough to take him down. But Santorin jumping over to the side. It is going to wind up being Freeze flashing away and barely staying alive from that one.
Phoenix almost able to make the play 2v1 again in the mid lane. Not actually able to pick up the kill, just off there, but does force out a lot of summoners from Tempo Storm's bot lane. And now they're grouping up around mid, trying to pressure wall. Freeze is stuck resetting in the base.
So Freeze has to go back to heal. Will eventually come up towards this mid lane to help defend with the rest of his team. They have no Syndra ultimate available, but they still have multiple members of their team up there. Looks like Quas' Renekton was pushing up on the bottom side of the map, but now looks like Tempo Storm might be looking for a collapse, but they do have some vision on the side there by Gold Coin United. They know that Renekton is away, so they too will back away.
Gold Coin United not actually able to get anything despite that close kill that Phoenix almost got there. Just a little bit more damage on the turrets. That's a couple of the inner turrets that are starting to get low. Gold Coin United previously chunked out the bot one. They get some damage on the mid one here, and assuming that they keep this pressure up, it's very important to note that for the most part, these fights have been happening in situations where Tempo Storm can't actually grab objectives. The first time that they went really hard on Soraka in the bot lane, it's nice that they get the kill, but they can't actually grab a turret off of it. Same with the pressure topside that Quas had on Solo. And then once again, after they had that big bot lane dive on Solo, once again, there's no turret to grab. So Gold Coin United doing a good job keeping all the waves pushing into the side of Tempo Storm.
Right, and the one time Tempo Storm was able to do something was because they basically had enough members on the bottom side of the map to let Freeze kind of do whatever he wanted completely across the map from them. So if Freeze is with them, he's a large source of their damage, but if he's not with them, he's also the only one that's really forcing down those objectives for Tempo Storm, and that's something that they've done well during the Challenger Series, but it's something that Gold Coin United has definitely caught on to at this point.
Right, it feels like where Freeze is where the objectives will go down. Tempo Storm has done a better job of trying to snowball around Quas this game, and it's been slightly effective. Obviously that they're hanging in this game better than game 1, but they're still behind 2,000 gold almost, coming to the 25-minute mark.
Yeah, well, they do have a small window of opportunity to try to get something done in this mid lane area. We already have the Abyssal Scepter and Leandry's Torment completed for the Vladimir. Black Cleaver in addition to the Warrior Enchantment. 2 items picked up in the form of a Maul Malmortius and an additional Black Cleaver on Quas. So they do have some very strong champions with these 2-item power spikes, especially the Ezreal with the Muramana very recently being completed on top of the Trinity Force. So they are at a decent amount of power right now. Of course, you do have a Syndra on the opposite side who's going to be dealing a large amount of damage. You also have a Rumble who can be a big nuisance if you wind up landing something in an objective fight like this Equalizer here that's splitting up Sentinel and Quas. They're going to focus down onto the Graves and the shutdown will come through. Quas going to be the next target as they wind up slaying the Renekton. Santorin's going to have to flash away as Hatrix jumps into the back line and Phoenix will actually wind up going down. It's actually 2 kills picked up there on the turn from Tempo Storm. Freeze picks up another one on this Ezreal. Hatrix going to get slowed up there by the spikes from Santorin. So even though Gold Coin United are the first ones to spring the trap, Tempo Storm even it up in a 2-for-2.
Yeah, good 2-for-2 for both teams there. Solo starts it off with the flank. Ultimate not able to do a ton of damage to Sentinel, but enough to force him into a disadvantageous position. Gold Coin United jumps on them, gets a couple kills, but they kind of expose their backline at the same time. Hatrax is able to get a nice ultimate onto multiple members. They finish off Phoenix, and Solo goes down as well. But a lot of members were very low. Tempo Storm able to use the bot lane right after to grab the turret. So we'll take another look at this. As you see that ultimate, once again, so hard to land that without any kind of setup, though he is in a good position to finish off Sentinel there. And then here comes Hatrix being able to flash into this pit, and not really a great front line for Gold Coin United. Like we said, no one to really stop Hatrix from running wild in these team fights. So this is a big problem moving forward.
Yeah, we actually saw the Ignite from Karma being the reason why Syndra went down in that fight. So Phoenix not being able to survive through all of that. Now 1-3-3 on the Syndra. And as you mentioned, Tempo Storm were able to get a bottom lane tower after that one. It was the minions that pushed that one down. So it wasn't necessarily the fact that they were able to all of a sudden take a fight and find an objective they were to get themselves. It was a very slow process that Quas been whittling down that tower from beforehand. But Gold Coin United will not be deterred from this one. The Rumble ultimate is back up. Syndra ultimate's back up. They're going straight for that dragon. They've had this vision control already. They had it for that fight and that pickoff. And that's Gold Coin United taking another objective with no response from Tempo Storm.
Yeah, Freeze was in base shopping, was not able to actually go and join up with his team to contest there. Tempo Storm going to try and push in the mid wave instead and get some damage down onto this turret. They get a little lower, but Gold Coin United's able to rotate after that dragon take back into the mid lane and get there in time to keep the turret alive. Now both teams posturing around it.
Well, we normally said that Gold Coin United was the team that played things slow and steady and then tried to win the race that way. Tempo Storm has definitely made us known that their tempo this series is going to be a little bit slower than normal, as they are still hard-pressed to kind of find some openings. And with the composition that we mentioned, like, you know, you focus down on Quas on the top side. The Renekton's going to have like a window of opportunity in the early to mid game where he's going to be more powerful. That window's going to be closing relatively soon. The Ezreal does have his Trinity Force, but it's going to take a little bit of a while to kind of scale up into a later game carry standpoint. But by that point, you'll have Caitlyn doing the same thing. It's really going to be up to Hatrix on this Vladimir. Currently 2-1-3. As you mentioned, very large amounts of CS for him going towards that Zanya's Hourglass. He's going to be a big force to be dealt with in team fights, but nobody on the side of Gold Coin United, save for that Morello Namicon, is really kind of worrying about the Vladimir and cutting through that healing yet.
Right, at some point, Caitlyn will end up grabbing an Executioner's Calling, most likely, when she starts building her last Whisper. No need to rush that, though, because no one on Tempo Storm is going to be building any armor, really. So we'll have to see if she actually ends up going with one. Quas, at some point, I'm sure will grab a little bit. And, yeah, like you're saying, the Renekton does fall off a little bit, but the thing to note is that a well-played Renekton is still a decent frontliner. We saw Impact in the NALCS being able to play that extremely well and still out frontline a lot of teams who had Shens and things like that. So it's not like the Renekton's role of being able to put a little bit of threat onto a backline completely goes away. And because Gold Coin United does not have great lockdown CC, they do have the Soraka to try and keep those members alive, but it's not actually peeling the Renekton off. It's not peeling the Vladimir off. And those two can make the life of the backliners for Gold Coin United very difficult.
Well, another thing making the life for Tempo Storm difficult here is that line of Caitlyn traps that they just cannot seem to push past to really get any sort of damage down on this mid lane tower. So while things have kind of devolved into a little bit of an ARAM style right now, it does look like that Tempo Storm will be utilizing the little bit of pressure they do have in the middle side of the map to try to get a little bit of vision established around the Baron Pit area. Don't think they're necessarily going to go for that objective. They want to make sure they could slowly encroach some of that vision control that they are known for, one of the most highest warding based per minute teams in the Challenger Series. Try to strangle out Gold Coin United because that was the big advantage GCU had over them in game 1.
Yeah, but the feel of the game has changed substantially. Gold Coin United pushing up a little bit here because Tempo Storm had sent a bunch of people home to recall, but it does feel like Tempo Storm has started to grab a little bit pressure back. They have had themselves set up in front of Gold Coin United's mid lane turret. Quas still has pressure in the side lanes, and it feels like Tempo Storm is slowly grabbing control of the waves back.
The only thing that Tempo Storm doesn't necessarily have is a grasp on the objectives on the map. And because of those 3 dragons, a Cloud Dragon gives them a little bit of move speed. Mountain Dragon means that when they are caught on those back timings, they're getting a little bit more damage dealt to their own towers. And the Ocean Drake means that Gold Coin United can kind of sit back here with their Soraka, sustain themselves up in this kind of like 4-1 or 1-3-1 situation that Tempo Storm is trying to force around the map. And Tempo Storm, slowly but surely, is trying to establish forward vision, slowly but surely is trying to get things done. And as you mentioned, it does kind of feel like they are controlling the pace of this game. It's just that their pace of this game is slow.
Right, I mean, it's very hard to force plays at 30 minutes in when the gold lead is this close. You don't have big global plays available where you can try and get these pickoffs in side lanes. They are mostly a team fighting team comp. And so is Gold Coin United, as you see them trying to group up around this mid lane, able to get there fast enough to force it down, grabbing their 3rd turret of the game, evening that up, and bringing the gold lead basically even.
Pretty much tied up in everything but kills right now between Tempo Storm and Gold Coin United in this game number 2. But I always have to kind of question, like, if this game does wind up going on a little bit longer, you have some very powerful late game carries on both sides, both the Vladimir and the Caitlyn. You do wind up having a late game Rumble who can still deal a decent amount of damage versus something like along the lines of a late game Ezreal. Although both of these teams seem very content to kind of keep the game state the way it's going right more, my big question is, who is this stall out eventually going to favor more?
So when you look at scaling, I think a lot of people make the mistake of looking at things in a binary way, where you say Kog'Maw's a hyper scaler. Wow, he's going to scale great into the late game. You say, oh, Renekton doesn't scale well. He's going to get outscaled by other tanks. Well, there's no other tank on the side of Gold Coin United. You need to look at how the 2 team comps actually interact. And so Tempo Storm has a very self-sufficient backline in the side of Karma and Ezreal, who are going to be able to hopefully just send in skill shots on their own, while Sentinel and Quas are going to be able to start these fights off. And Quas and Hattrick, excuse me. And Sentinel is able to throw in damage as well. So Tempo Storm has a front line and the ability to contribute from long range. Gold Coin United does not have great mobility on their backliner. Syndra, if you get onto her, does go down fairly easily. And Rumble can be a little bit of the same way as well. So I think this does favor Tempo Storm due to the fact that Gold Coin United doesn't have a great way to deal with them. That said, they do have a lot of burst potential still, so execution is still extremely important. Syndra can, of course, just blow up an Ezreal if he's not careful enough. So that's still extremely important, but assuming a standard straight-up 5v5 team fight, I think you have to give it to Tempo Storm.
Well, and as you see on the gold graph right here, one of the crucial reasons why Gold Coin United is still eking out certain advantages whenever Tempo Storm has that kind of back timing is the fact that they do have the gold lead and have held on to the gold lead for a while. And that's, of course, transition with the stacking dragons, with the extra pieces of items or quite slightly more early finished itemization is leading them to some of these advantages that was giving them a little bit of map pressure. But as you mentioned, with Tempo Storm, the way that they're playing to the strengths of the composition, the way that they know that they do have pretty much the only front line on the Rift in this game, they are content to kind of sit back and bide their time to a point where their itemization is going to be pretty much be matched. And at that point in time, it really does come down to execution of the team comp. And if Tempo Storm's content with that, like they are content knowing the damage they have around this Baron Pit area and starting it up, that could be a way for them to go, but I don't know. That was spotted out.
Tempo Storm doesn't have nearly enough vision to go, control to go for any kind of trade there. What they're trying to do is bait around the Baron Pit, hope that Gold Coin United goes for the Mountain Dragon, and then when they do that, they're able to force around the Baron buff. But they did not have vision control. Gold Coin United has to just send a little bit of pressure to scare Tempo Storm off of that, and then they leave members onto the Mountain Dragon to grab their second one for free, basically. A mistake there by Tempo Storm. I think they could have opted into potentially just team fighting. Didn't need to go for some kind of objective trade there. Still unable to grab a dragon this game. The next one up is the Elder, so they won't be grabbing any of the buff dragons this game, any of the elemental ones. So bit of a mistake there by Tempo Storm. a little too easy for Gold Coin United to sniff that one out.
And there's been 7 dragons in these 2 games that have spawned so far, and 6 of them have gone over to Gold Coin United. So maybe Santorin ate his Wheaties and has been able to take down every single dragon, almost every single dragon, like he promised us he was going to get better at. Is now Quas trying to slice and dice forward. We do see Hatrix collapsing from the opposite side. Will get stunned out by Syndra, though. Drops below half HP, so the Morellonomicon very close to proccing his healing debuff, and it will force Tempo Storm back away.
It is kind of difficult for Tempo Storm to just charge through Gold Coin United if Quas is not flanking. Even with an Ezreal speed up, though, we see them getting aggressive onto Solo, who mispositioned a little bit around the mid lane, forcing the heal out of Mashme to be able to get out of that one.
And the True Sharp Barrage came across, chunks into about half HP himself, but he does have a Soraka on his side and a Ocean Drake, so he will be able to sustain up a little bit. But this is just kind of poke wars back and forth. This Freeze getting extremely aggressive on the Solo there. Everybody from the side of GCU is kind of backing away through their own jungle, so that's going to actually be Tempo Storm getting a little bit of bully pressure in the mid lane, forcing back Gold Coin United.
Yeah, we talk about the fact they don't have any lockdown CC for Vladimir. They don't have anything for an Ezreal either, unless that Syndra stun connects or he missteps onto a trap. There's no one to stop him from running forward and blasting you with these Ezreal Qs, so that could be a big problem moving forward in these kind of standoff situations. No one's able to stop Ezreal from doing Ezreal things.
The Syndra did wind up coming from the side there as Phoenix makes his presence known in the mid lane, but no real stuns landing and no real damage being done. So both of these teams just kind of content to sit back, poke each other out, and continue to kind of just fight over ward control. These, I mentioned earlier, these are 2 of the highest warding teams in the Challenger Series, specifically Gold Coin United good at denying vision, as we see Solo getting a little bit pushy against Sentinel, putting some wards down, clearing some wards out in his opponent's side of the jungle. Both these teams, I mean, as much as it may not be interesting from a spectator standpoint right now, both of these teams are extremely, extremely good at just denying vision on the map. As you can see right here, now the Baron Pit area, which was once covered by Tempo Storm, completely dark to them.
I am really surprised Gold Coin United did not even start off that Baron buff. They have double Mountain Dragon and an extremely fast Baron team comp. You would have thought that with being able to chunk out Sentinel and assuming he's trying to go home, they reacted from the mid pressure instead of forcing there. Now Quas opening up onto the rest of Gold Coin United.
Phoenix actually winds up using his flasher as he got stunned up. The Redemption comes down, but there's a good rumble. Equalizer zoning out most of Tempo Storm. Sentinel goes in, Sentinel goes out, but it's GCU whose health bars are dropping fairly low. The poke and the push forward from Freeze is there. Now a flash stun forward from Quas onto the flashless Phoenix. He will go down, but not before he trades his life for Karma. Now Tempo Storm maybe getting a little bit too aggressive. Freeze, though, will finish off Santorin, and it's going to be Tempo Storm. The Vladimir still somehow alive in this fight, taking themselves a very messy, a very bloody 2-for-1, and blinking health bars on pretty much everybody.
That was so close for Mash being able to go crazy in that team fight. Unfortunately, he did not have a way to get back over the wall and punish all the low health members of Tempo Storm. A slight mispositioning there by Phoenix. He gets hit by a couple of CCs, and then we talk about the Flash Renekton engage, able to set up the kill onto him. We'll take another look at this one. As you can see, it is very hard for Gold Coin United to really peel people off their members.
Ooh, Phoenix flashes on the opposite side of the wall there instead of towards his team. This is where Tempo Storm thinks they can collapse, but things look like they might be going good for GCU here as that Rumble ultimate kind of zones everybody away for a bit.
Yeah, it does a nice job zoning, but it doesn't actually damage anybody, and without any CC, that's not quite enough. And Madlife caught out a little bit on a warding mission on his own. Might be going down here.
Ooh, the collateral damage is not going to land, so while they do get the pick off on the Madlife, he will not wind up falling, but it will be Tempo Storm. Once again, going back to the Baron Pit area, putting down some vision.
Yeah, like I was saying, I think Gold Coin United had a little bit of a mistake there. They reacted to Tempo Storm maybe going up mid a little bit there. You have 4 damage dealers and a Soraka to heal you up should the Baron get scouted out. I think it would have been much smarter with their vision control to actually just start the Baron off and see if Tempo Storm tries to face check them. They choose not to do that. They go and react to the mid lane and lose a fight. Not heavily, but enough that Tempo Storm is starting to grab the gold lead now, up 1,000 gold on their own.
1,000 gold, about 40 minutes into the game. It's not the most gold in the world, but it does mean that's going to translate into some completed items for themselves. We have 3-item Vladimir now with the Zanya's Hourglass completed. Looks like we might be going for a Void Staff. This is going to be finishing that one up. We have double armor penetration items, the Edge of Night and the Black Cleaver picked up for Graves. Renekton now getting himself a bit tankier, has finished up his Randuin's Omen, going towards a Spirit Visit with that Spectre's Cowl in his inventory. And Freeze for himself has actually finished up the Blade of the Rune King, almost on the Maw of the Malmortius. But on the flip side for Gold Coin United, they just got the Guardian Angel on Kha'Zix. That Mortal Reminder has now been picked up by Caitlyn, so those heals coming in from Vladimir won't be nearly as impactful.
And it's very surprising to see basically no teleports used in the past, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes.
Oh, that's right. I forgot they had teleport in this game.
You wouldn't even think so. It's a old school Season 2, Season 3 top laners. They didn't take teleport. They took Ignite, things like that. Maybe you saw Barrier heal even if you were crazy. But it is a little surprising. I think Tempo Storm would benefit a lot from a teleport flank on Quas. And he probably still has pressure on the Rumble. A little hard to tell at this point. So you would have thought to have seen him do that a little bit. Instead, he's just going for these stuns on Phoenix. Lands this one. Phoenix gets popped almost.
Yeah, he has to wind up blowing a bunch of shields there, but he is going to tag the Emo Plague. He decides to go forward. He's pretty much dead to rights. He'll trade his life for Karma once again, but now the fight is wide open as Quas picks up another kill on Soraka. Mad Life winds up going down. Mash goes down. That's a kill on the Solo as well, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, the Renekton slice and dices, and the team from GCU goes down.
Quas showing us that he doesn't need to play a normal tank to get good engages off. He gets another one onto Phoenix there. Phoenix trades his life for Sheep. Maybe not the best target he could have gone for. Goldcoin United was in trouble as Mad Life went down as well, but they had a chance to win that fight until Mash, walked forward right into the pooled hat tricks. Maybe didn't see him there. It's a 4 for 0, and now Tempo Storm going to be able to grab Baron.
You know, we saw Santorin cutting the waves, so they really can't push up, but Tempo Storm's going to be okay with that. They wanted just going straight over to the Baron. We saw pings going down from GCU onto the Elder Dragon. We'll see a Santorin. Don't think he actually did that one himself, but that's Tempo Storm winning a fight, taking a Baron, and starting it off because of a slice and dice from Quas.
Yeah, we'll take another look at this one. Phoenix does get caught out, lives for a while with the defensive tools available, and I'm surprised when he flashes in here, he targets Sheep instead of maybe Freeze or Sentinel, who are both low health as well. Maybe a mistake there. Still not a terrible stop for Goldcoin United until Mash walks right into Hatrix and gets one shot, essentially. And that's basically spells the end of the fight. Now a 4 for 1. Santorin not able to do anything to turn it back for Goldcoin United.
Well, finally, Tempo Storm wind up using the advantages they've slowly but surely gained, and they take over the gold lead. They take over map control. They take the Baron. They've already got they've started clearing out vision around that Elder Dragon portion of the map. And even though Tempo Storm may not benefit from it, denying that from Goldcoin United and their 4 stack of Elemental Drakes will be very important.
Right, and I think you could even just elect not to go for it currently. Use that Baron buff for pushing. This looks like what they're going to go for. Quas getting that top lane in as they have members in the bot lane as well. Goldcoin United focus more around the mid lane. Looks like Tempo Storm going to have to respond to that one. Quas will eventually grab this turret on his own. Rumble does do some damage to him, but not enough to burn through that health bar.
Nope, Quas with the Maw of the Malmortius, and a lot of HP on his side will be content to just go toe-to-toe against that Rumble. As long as he's got that Baron buff and those Baron buff minions on his side. Tempo Storm now is the one that seems to be dragging GCU all over the map now that they have this Baron buff available. Bottom lane tower looks like it's dropping extremely low. Will not go down as the rest of Goldcoin United to defend against it. But now it's very difficult for Goldcoin United to wind up wave killing everywhere they go because 2 of their main sources of wave clear, the Rumble and the Cinder, are magic damage, and that does not bode well against Baron buffed minions.
Nope, definitely difficult to deal with that. Caitlyn, not a bad wave clearer in her own right, but does need to be able to auto-attack to do that and can be a little scary with the Nezreal throwing Mystic shots at your face.
Or a Vladimir one-shotting you out of the blue.
Yeah, I mean, technically Vladimir should not be able to get in range that easily, but you know, you walk forward, you lose sight of him for a second. Tempo Storm going to try and 2-man this Baron. Santorin going to try and sniff it out. He's not in the best spot right now, but it is only at 2,000 health. He has flash available. Not going to go for the steal.
So they wind up getting the Elder Dragon on the side of Tempo Storm. It won't be the biggest burden. However, it will wind up being Quas also being able to split push down that top lane tower. That, of course, means that Solo up here defending against it doesn't have the equalizer to really turn fights for the side of Goldcoin United. And now Tempo Storm, they're the ones that had the map plays this game. Goldcoin United last game was doing it to them 20 minutes into the game. It takes about twice as long for Tempo Storm to get it going, but now it's them who have all of a sudden skyrocketed into about almost an 8,500 gold lead.
Right, and most importantly, they have cracked an inhibitor turret. That's really going to be extremely important for actually ending this game. As the game gets later and later, like we always say, the gold leads are not as important. A lot of members of Goldcoin United are already closing in on their final items. You see Phoenix, no item slots available, is sitting on the rod there, and same with kind of Mash, out of item slots, but does have the Vamp Scepter. Recalling now, maybe going to purchase something. So the gold lead isn't huge. Most importantly is the fact that they have finally cracked the base of Goldcoin United.
So Tempo Storm grabbing the reins of control in this game is, as you mentioned already, with both of these teams not necessarily having a dedicated front line, with both of them having a difficult to execute, low to limited CC kind of composition, it really comes down to how confident are you in executing your team fight play. And with Quas kind of leading the charge and Tempo Storm making sure that Freeze and Hatrick are staying alive in the backlines in these fights, things seem to be going their way. And although we kind of questioned what they were going for in Champion Select, saying they drafted no crowd control, and that has kind of been their strong suit for the pretty much all of the Challenger Series, they are showing us here that they can execute on this composition, even though the Renekton will eventually not be as strong as he was like at level 11, even though the Ezreal takes a little bit of time to ramp up, as does the Vladimir. Once they get to this point and they've hit their stride, they have control of the game. The question is now, can they close it out?
That is the question. They're not out of the woods yet, though they are in a better spot. Quas no longer has the Baron buff on his creeps to help him take objectives. It's going to be easier for Soul to clear these waves out now, but the rest of Tempo Storm are rotating up, trying to join in on Quas. Gold Coin United kind of sees this one coming. Going to try and cover. Tempo Storm not quite showing yet. There they go.
Gold Coin United up in this top lane, defending against this push from Tempo Storm. We did see about 3 or so towers going down, resulting in a Baron power play, just under 4,000 gold. As you mentioned, those Baron buff minions are no longer on them. Aspect of the Dragon will be falling off in just a couple seconds as well, so Tempo Storm will not have that extra little burst of damage. It looks like Gold Coin United are content to wait for that to fall off, and with the glow fading from Freeze and Quas, that is going to be the Aspect of the Dragon just falling off of them now. And it looks like despite wanting to push up here, wanting to have multiple members on this top side of the map, they're unable to crack that inhibitor defense coming out from GCU, specifically the Caitlyn traps, but it is letting Hatrix just wreak havoc on poor Rumble in this mid lane.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like anyone's able to match the Vladimir and the split push anymore, so instead, Tempo Storm goes up to join up with Quas, which buys Hatrix enough time to grab the last outer turret of the game on the side of Gold Coin United, working their way slowly to taking control of Gold Coin United's base. Lots of vision control for them. Baron will be spawning in a minute and a half now, and Tempo Storm has all the pressure.
Yep, and they're going to just be content to kind of sit back on this one and wait for themselves to go up and complete that 6-item power spike. We've already got a Mortal Reminder being finished as the final item for Freeze. We have in the mid lane, Hatrick has completed his build by going for a Death Cap and a Spirit Visage, so he's going to be healing even more on this Vladimir. We have a Sterix Gauge in the Phantom Dancer picked up for Sentinel out of his jungle on Graves, and it does look like that Renekton wound up going for the Banshee's Veil. It's helping pop a lot of these Caitlyn traps we saw before, has his Guardian Angel available, so Tempo Storm, as you mentioned already, pretty much everybody except for Sheep, full itemization.
Right, and I think you see how annoying this Ezreal continues to be. A number of times Phoenix has his Banshee's Veils up and it just gets sniped off right away by Ezreal, and it's nice to negate some of that damage. You would prefer to have that for the potential Quas engage, which has been a big problem for Phoenix. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is no one's a frontliner for Gold Coin United. Phoenix tends to play the furthest forward, trying to get these stuns onto the side of Team Tempo Storm, but he's the one getting hit up.
Well, it goes to show why he has that Banshee's Veil in his inventory as well. Has actually stalled out on getting a Death Cap or any really huge ticket AP item because of going for that defensive itemization. At the same time, we do have Santorin getting his own Guardian Angel. We have on the bottom side of the map, Mash has looked at go for what seems to be a Phantom Dancer as a second Zeal item, as his his sixth and final item in his
Quas flank.
Caitlyn, and Quas, yeah, looks like he's teleporting in, wants to kind of go for something over here. Pops the Dominus extremely early, slices and dices down on the Phoenix. He's actually not going to get stunned up in that, but it does have to flash away. The Equalizer ripped
Nice
across
ultimate.
multiple people from Tempo Storm. Hatrick's dropping extremely low early on, as is Quas, so that front line from Tempo Storm dropping down extremely low, and now GCU, they want to try to turn around onto Sentinel. He is going to wind up dashing and collateral damaging his way out of that one. A lot of abilities being used, a lot of health bars dropping low, but Gold Coin United, they're going to force Tempo Storm back for now.
Yeah, but how does Gold Coin United really punish that? You see the fact that Renekton and Hatrix are able to get out of there, and they don't have any CC to punish that over-engage by Tempo Storm. So despite the failed TP flank, in a sense, from Quas, it does put Gold Coin United into a tough spot. Now they're going to try and force down to this Baron. They do have the double Mountain Drake to make this go down extremely quickly. They might grab it.
It's pretty risky, but it looks like they will be going for it, and Santorin's going to be able to smite that one away. Sentinel tried to go in and steal it, but he goes down, and now in a 4v5 situation, GCU are going to try to turn this around, but it's 2 quick kills picked up there for Tempo Storm. Santorin on the front side and Quas on the back side will pick up kills for their team. Matt's going to try to channel the ulti on the Hatrix. It will not wind up landing. So far, it has wound up being a 2-for-2 trade, but the Baron goes over to the side of GCU.
Yeah, very important that they're able to grab that Baron. Stops Tempo Storm from grabbing it. Maybe they can start getting their own going, as they haven't lost any inhibitors yet. And a missed position there by Freeze. He wanted to go in and punish Gold Coin United, who were pinned up against the Baron pit wall. Phoenix was able to drop a ton of damage on him, get him low enough that Santorin was able to move in to finish him off. Very dangerous fight for Tempo Storm. I'm surprised they went for the steal. They could have just tried to keep Gold Coin United pinned up against that wall. They had just forced a teleport flank, so there were a ton of summoners down on the side of Gold Coin United. And I think just looking for the team fight would have been the better option.
Yeah, Tempo Storm, I thought with them trapped in the pit and no Rumble ultimate available to them, they would have just gone for the fight, but Sentinel, trying to be the hero, get the smite steal on that one, is unable to seal the deal.
Yeah, you see Freeze go for the arcane shifting, gets dropped down to a couple hundred health, tries to lifesteal through Santorin, who's moving up to finish him off, not able to do so. And once Freeze is down, that really annoying Ezreal, who you can't get off you, is no longer a threat.
Because of that one, now GCU, they may be down in gold overall, but now that we're at the 49-minute mark here, it's going to be extremely late game in the gold lead, slowly but surely not going to matter. What will matter now, however, is these Baron buff minions from Gold Coin United. There's still a lot of towers left on the map for them to have to try to break through. This could be a very powerful pickup with Baron for them as, you know, the wave clear from the side of Tempo Storm, they have a Graves. I guess Ezreal's okay. The Vladimir won't be able to rip through these minions very effectively with the Baron buff on them. It's kind of like both of these compositions have very similar strengths and weaknesses.
Right, both teams low CC, both teams high damage. Tempo Storm has a little bit more frontline, so we've seen Quas able to start off a number of these fights, but once you have this Baron buff, neither team clears them extremely well. Quas doesn't do a ton of damage. Patrick's not going to do that much as a magic damage dealer, and Ezreal, same thing. A lot of his wave clear comes from his ultimate. So Gold Coin United's turn now with the Baron buff to start sieging down these inner turrets and hopefully crack the base for themselves.
And we did actually see Mash decide he wanted to switch out his Phantom Dancer for a rapid fire cannon, so he's gotten that for himself. As this 6-item Caitlyn is pretty much completely online, one of the stronger late game carries for herself. Also has a Maw of the Malmortius, so there's not going to be as much of a threat as being one shot by a Vladimir if he so happens to get to that back line from Gold Coin United. We do see a little bit of damage coming across on the Mash, but they are going to wind up taking yet another tower on the side of GCU off the back of this Baron buff. They still have Rumble split pushing on the bottom side of the map. His teleport is available, Quas's is not, and Quas, being the main forward of Engage for Tempo Storm, has to stay grouped up with the rest of his team.
Yeah, it's a little surprising to see Gold Coin United not try a little harder to focus on the inhibitor turrets. It's nice to grab these inner turrets, but you do need to find a way into the base. They are going to siege up around mid lane, so it looks like they are going to start looking for this one. Mash gets chunked out a little bit, but he does have the Soraka there to heal him up. Healing debuff on, wait for that one to run out. Madlife actually trying to hold on, not blow his healing. Does hurt himself to do so.
Well, now it's taken a little while for Gold Coin United to get into this advantageous position, about 40 or 50 minutes or so, but now those Caitlyn traps are going to be used offensively. And as I say that, they decide to go back and
Right, Elder Dragon, will be spawning in a minute here. Not too much time left on the Baron buff, so they're not going to try and use this to actually crack the base at all. Inhibitor turret line will stay up for Tempo Storm. Looks like we're going to need at least one more big objective fight here to potentially close this game out.
Well, an objective fight could be all that it takes to end this game, but it's going to be a doozy of a fight. If you look across, even the supports are coming into their full item builds right now. We have the 5 items for Sheep in addition to the Ardent Sensor, the Redemption, the Locket of the Iron Slaughter. On the flip side, we have Madlife going for a Giant Spell. He needs the health in order to heal up all of his allies as well. Has the Mikhail's Crucible, so that Flash Renekton engage tool, air quotes, you guys can't see that Tempo Storm has on their side will not necessarily be as powerful if you just remove the stun from somebody. And Gold Coin United, despite having a larger Baron power play than Tempo Storm, definitely had a lot of towers left on the map, a lot of pressure to make up for on the map, but at this point, all that gold, it's not really going to anything but elixirs at this point.
Yeah, here we see Gold Coin United going to focus down on the Elder Dragon, able to burn through this one extremely quickly, but Tempo Storm is looking to contest.
They do have those double Mountain Drakes you mentioned on the Baron buff fight, and this Elder Dragon going down extremely low. The Equalizer comes out, and they have 4 Elemental Drakes on top of that, so Quas goes in, but he's taking a ton of damage. Even Hatrick's in the back line. Sheep able to pick up the first kill on Solo, but a good stun comes out from Phoenix across the back line. This could be the fight that decides game 2. A flash forward from Phoenix. They've shut down Hatrick's. They've popped the Guardian Angel on Quas, and that's going to be Gold Coin United looking to clean up the fight. A reset from Santorin gets the slow on to Sheet. They picked up 2 kills. They've lost 1, but they got the Elder Dragon.
It's going to be interesting to see if they're able to actually close the game out with these kills. It's around a minute death timers. The Ezreal is still alive. It is still hard for Gold Coin United to deal with him. A number of members are fairly low. Madlife doing his best to heal them up. Low himself, hard to do that when you are a low health Soraka. They're going to grab this inhibitor turret, see how much they push for.
Whew, that tower just gets absolutely destroyed as now they're going to wind up raising the mid lane inhibitor. That one will wind up going over to Gold Coin United. That's actually the first inhibitor this entire game, going down at 53.5 minutes.
Yeah, it's taken a very long time to do so. And one of the things I was about to comment on just before we ended up in that situation was I was a little surprised to see Quas go for a Titanic Hydra. I think he grabbed that one fairly late. As we're taking a look at this team fight first. Quas goes in, is able to drop a lot of damage down onto Gold Coin United there with the help of the Graves ult, but the Elder Dragon going over makes this such a hard fight to win, because any sort of poke you take here burns for so much damage.
45 damage per stack of Dragon with the 4 stacks of Dragon plus the Elder Drake is so much damage. You can see the turnaround on the Hat-Tricks, who was sustaining himself rather well, but with all that burn damage coming through, Tempo Storm needed to start that fight before the Dragon went down, and they just could not pull the trigger in time.
A very difficult fight to win. It was hard for them to walk in there. Gold Coin United was able to set up vision control beforehand. They had the double Mountain Drakes to burn it down extremely quickly, as well as having a very high damage team comp. So they grabbed that Elder Dragon, they grabbed the fight, and they grabbed the mid lane inhibitor. Just to return to that point I was making really quickly, I think the Titanic Hydra might have been a mistake. I wouldn't have minded seeing a kind of item to help deal with the split push potentially. Obviously, Rumble doesn't deal with banner creeps that well. You potentially look at that, or maybe something along those lines, Zizarot Portal, something to help get the split push pressure going, because we could see that Gold Coin United was struggling to deal with that kind of split up pressure.
And Solo's 1-7-4 Rumble, the first pick for the red side this game. Not exactly being able to match up against the Renekton. We saw him giving up first blood. We've seen him struggle against that Renekton in the 1v1 all game, pretty much off of the back of that. As well as just the fact that his Rumble ultimates have been pretty decent in team fights, but he had to use it a lot early on to wind up clearing out waves, and it has just not been the pick to really dominate the game like they were hoping from the side of Gold Coin United. The Elder Dragon buff, the aspect of the Dragon, has actually fallen off of them at this point in time as well. Baron buff is back on the map. They still have those 2 Mountain Drakes in their pocket, so they could potentially start this one up and try to burn it down quick. There's still no Guardian Angel available for Quath. He's going to pop his Dominus, try to go in here. The Rumble ultimate goes out, though. They're a little bit split up if they want to finish this Baron or go for the fight, but Quath, he might be bringing the fight to them. He's going to wind up getting slowed and stunned up by Phoenix. The Zanya's Hourglass already popped by Solo, but Quas is already down. So that's all the front line in the game gone, just off that one character going down. The redemption from Mad Life is there. The Soraka heals are still coming out. His Wish was actually popped earlier. This is going to be the Baron going over to Gold Coin United.
They are able to win another fight. Gold Coin United is doing a great job of getting to the objectives first and being able to set up so Tempo Storm has to walk into them. Once again, Quas tries to get that force through the front line. Obviously, Renekton not the best champ to do it. He managed to get it a couple times this game, very impressively, but not going to work this time around. He gets peeled off and killed. And then after that, it's too hard for the rest of Tempo Storm to walk up to really contest that Baron. Gold Coin United grabs that one, doesn't even bother resetting. They're going to look for this top inhibitor turret now.
Yeah, unfortunately, Quas did not have his splash available for that fight. That's why. Half of his engage wasn't there. But it does look like that off the back of that Baron, Gold Coin United will be pushing on to that top lane inhibitor. What Quas still did for about 20 seconds now, and already that mid lane inhibitor falling down. Gold Coin United might just rotate around and try to threaten inhibitor or Nexus towers. But looks like Consebit Santorin already on the bottom side. They're just going to go for the complete win, making up for all the lost ground, taking down every single lane.
Yeah, I think this is the right call here. There's no reason to try and end with just 2 inhibitors. You can grab the third for free, basically. Very hard for Tempo Storm to contest this as long as they don't get chunked out here. They're going to burn this turret down relatively quickly. No minions now. Need to take it slow for a second here.
Quas actually respawns and immediately goes to the front line, takes a lot of damage. So his Guardian Angel still not available. He has to be very careful about where his health bar is going to be as the Baron buff cannon minion continues to deal a little bit of damage to that tower, but it will be cleaned up there by Freeze. Gold Coin United just deciding to reset. They know that they have 2 waves of super minions pushing in on the top and the mid side. They know they have that bottom lane they can just group up with in just a second. And as you said, Gold Coin United style, taking it slow and steady.
Yep, they're going to try and grab this last inhibitor turret. If they're able to grab the inhibitor as well, they start getting the double super creeps. Going to help them end this game much faster. Caitlyn, one of the best siegers in the game, cracks that one. Only the inhibitor left standing. Super creeps are also slowly funneling into the base as well, pulling Tempo Storm away from focusing on wave clearing down the bot lane.
Gold Coin United now, only 1 inhibitor left on the map for Tempo Storm to defend. Baron buff going to be ticking away for about 1 minute and 20 seconds still. They can...
What's that trap placement, Mash? Come on.
He's drawing an arrow. That's where they want to go next. They're going towards mid lane after this.
Yeah, I hope he sets those up to actually get some real good zoning out here, open himself up to get this inhibitor. Phoenix doing the work for him, trying to hit a stun on them. Now,
Equalizer was used to kind of zone them away and get some minion damage on, but Quas going to try to go in. The Zanya's Hourglass is popped, though Santorin's going to collapse on Hat-Tricks as soon as he went in, and that's going to be the first kill. The reset comes out for Kha'Zix, forces back the rest of Tempo Storm. Gold Coin United off the back of just that 1 kill, looks confident enough to focus down on the Nexus towers. Mark, after 58.5 minutes, a comeback here from Gold Coin United is going to be how they take game 2.
Yeah, they move themselves up 2-0 in this best of 5, and then extremely extremely long, extremely hard-fought game. Gold leads traded back and forth, kills all over in the early game, trading around there. And it was a very close game, and you got to see that both teams really did struggle with these low CC, low tank compositions.
Yeah, and Tempo Storm looked like they were kind of slowly coming into the way they wanted to play the game. You mentioned before that when it comes down to the compositions like these two that have very limited amounts of crowd control, very limited amounts of frontline space or tanks in general to absorb damage, it comes down to how you execute it. Tempo Storm took a very long time, but once they hit about 35 minutes into the game, it wound up turning into a favor. They felt more confident in the way they were playing their engagements and playing their team fights, but eventually you have a late game Caitlyn, you have a late game Syndra, you have a late game Renekton who even that would play it perfectly can't absorb everything.
Yeah, I mean, eventually every game ends up in the state where the damage dealers take over, the tanks can't deal with a lot of focused fire, and especially someone like Renekton who doesn't have that kind of guaranteed lockdown CC like a lot of things have, Nautilus, Maokai, a lot of those kinds of champions. And I thought Quas did an extremely good job in the early mid-game, being able to not only pressure the top lane on his own, which is what really keyed Tempo Storm for finding a lot of advantages in the early game, but also in the mid-game getting a lot of stuns on the Phoenix, which set himself up and the rest of the team to actually win some of those fights.
His mid-game, late-game Renekton was fine, but his late-game Renekton left a little bit to be desired, as it did wind up lasting for long enough to the point where Gold Coin United's composition was really able to kind of stall things out, and eventually, because they had been stacking up dragons at the same time, they were able to force a lot of objective fights, including a Baron fight, which is really where GCU started to kind of take back control of the game.
Right, that really is the critical thing, is the fact that they had the extra dragons to be able to force some of these objectives harder, and they were often there first, setting up vision, making Tempo Storm walk into them.
Yeah, and this is what we have actually a replay of the example of the Baron fight as well that kind of shows this is where Gold Coin United really kind of started to take control of some of the game, is where Tempo Storm wanted to kind of corral them in this pit, let them take damage from the Baron, but then they go for the steal instead of going for the fight.
Right, this was right after Quas had a TP flank that forced out a lot of Gold Coin United summoners. You think with them pinned in the Baron pit, you just take the fight. Instead, Sentinel goes flashing in, trying to grab the Baron. He's unable to do so and goes down as well. And then a small mistake by Freeze in his positioning lets him get focused down by Phoenix and Santorin, which was enough for them to be able to kind of survive that kind of risky Baron attempt and then get onto the map and start using it. They weren't able to grab an inhibitor right away, but eventually they were able to take enough of the inner turrets that the next fight that they would win would give them those objectives.
Yeah, and because of that, they were able to establish not only map pressure, but also vision control, and it translated into them going for an Elder Dragon, not just a couple of minutes later, and it was another fight where Tempo Storm corralled them into the pit. It looked like it was going to be going extremely well for them, but they wait too long, the Dragon goes down, and the aspect kicks in.
Yeah, I mean, you get to see Quas here once again trying to force in through the front of Gold Coin United, not able to do so. After the Baron, or the Elder Dragon has been secured by Gold Coin United, it's extremely hard to win this fight. You just take so much extra damage from the true damage burn, and as soon as they're able to disengage from Quas, they just focus the closest member down one at a time. The first one to drop there is Hatrix. A lot of untargetability keeps him alive for a long time, but Gold Coin United just needs to sit around until they're able to focus him. After he drops, they turn on to Quas, the other frontliner for Tempo Storm, and they're able to take that fight. And I think it was a lack of ability to find flanks for Tempo Storm that really, really hurt their ability to win this game. That last Baron situation, Quas was pushed up really far into the mid lane when he could have swung around behind the Raptor pit and started setting up for a potential flank opportunity. Instead, decided to come in the front door once again. And it can be hard without teleport to find these flanks, but that's really what his team needed, as opposed to constantly trying to run through the front door, because eventually Phoenix stopped getting stunned.
Yeah, and you actually heard before that matchup from Santorin himself saying that Gold Coin United has the mental fortitude from all the years of experience combined, individual players, not as a roster, but all together, they have that experience. They have kind of the tenacity to kind of go through the situations and make sure they don't get nervous, they don't make these uncharacteristic mistakes. Tempo Storm, on the other hand, even though you weren't ahead in gold that entire game, you felt like you had control for a full 60 minutes where you just kind of let it slip away from you. That's got to be devastating to try to come back from.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how Gold Coin United had a small gold lead for a lot of the early game, but Tempo Storm still felt like they were up in pressure a lot of the time, and that they were fine scaling into the mid game. Eventually, they grabbed and tied up all the outer ring of turrets. That's when they started grabbing the gold lead. So Tempo Storm had a good early game plan. I thought they executed it well. The problem was, despite winning a couple team fights in the mid game, they weren't able to transition that into a big enough advantage.
Right, and it did wind up stalling things out for a little bit, but Gold Coin United were able to find their stride and pull ahead in this series 2-0. Stick around, see if they sweep the series, or if Tempo Storm is going to take things back into their control and strike back in game number 3. Solo is going to be marked for death with the Vladimir Hemoplague, so he will go in and get as much damage as possible, but it's Quas that flashes and picks up a kill. The Vladimir is going to be going forward as well. Quas will fall, but Equalizer here, splitting up Sentinel and Quas. They're going to focus down onto the Graves, and the shutdown will come through. Quas going to be the next target as they wind up slaying the Renekton. Santorin's going to have to flash away as Hatrick jumps into the backline, and Phoenix will actually wind up going down. It's actually 2 kills picked up there on the turn from Tempo Storm. The poke and the push forward from Freeze is there. Now a flash stun forward from Quas onto the flashless Phoenix. He will go down, but not before he trades his life for Karma. Now Tempo Storm maybe getting a little bit too aggressive, but he's taking a ton of damage. Even Hatrick's in the backline. Sheep able to pick up the first kill on Solo, but a good stun comes out from Phoenix across the backline. This could be the fight that decides game 2. A flash forward from Phoenix. They've shut down Hatrick's. Mark, after 58.5 minutes, a comeback here from Goldcorn United is going to be how they take game 2.
아마 제가 만약 챌린저 씬에 가서 그 팀을 LCS 팀으로 못 올리면은 그건 당연히 제 실수라고 생각하고, 그래서 그런 불명예를 껴안지 않기 위해 또 내 자신에게 또 후회가 되지 않기 위해 열심히 하고 있습니다.
Welcome back, League fans. We're getting set for what could potentially be our last game of the night after Gold Coin United took down Tempo Storm in a very long game number 2.
And I thought a lot of it came down to some pretty good draft adaptations coming out of Tempo Storm from game 1 to game 2. The big problem in game 1 was the fact that Quas didn't have pressure on the top side for his team to play around, and then Hatrix got destroyed in the mid lane. So they took a mid lane matchup. That sole job is to survive that matchup. And then they had the Renekton this time around so that they could pressure in the Rumble. And that really keyed a lot of their plays in the early game. The bot lane also played well. They were able to force a couple plays down there. And even though the pressure that the Caitlyn lane had gave a number of kills over to, or turrets, excuse me, over to Gold Coin United, it wasn't able to generate a big enough lead that Tempo Storm couldn't come back in the mid game.
And Tempo Storm was able to just kind of stall out the mid game and play the game at their own pace for a while. Gold Coin United actually was still on 3 total towers taken, every single outer tower, for a large majority of that game, going upwards into the 50-minute mark of that game. It wasn't until they took their Baron buff, they're actually able to start breaking them down and coming back into the game.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that came down more to execution of their team comp. I thought it was fine into the one that Gold Coin United had. They just need to find better flanks. They really only looked for one that I can remember that game when Quas TP'd in the backside, and even though it didn't really result in any kills, it forced out a lot of summoners, which should set you up to make another play later on. That's when that Baron situation happened, and that was probably a little misplayed as well. So I thought Tempo Storm's comp was very hard to play, but they had the opportunities to win that game.
Yeah, they definitely showed that they knew how they wanted to approach things. They didn't necessarily have the exact execution they needed, specifically around objective fights. They technically had, as you mentioned before, the only frontliner in the entire series. When you corral people into a Baron pit like that or into an Elder Dragon pit, they needed to be able to pull the trigger. But as we've talked about before, when they didn't have hard CC, when they didn't have a go button, pulling the trigger was their weakness.
And now Gold Coin United back on the blue side, able to change their bans up pretty heavily. They're banning out a lot of their own champions that they like playing on the red side last time around. So you saw them banning LeBlanc, things like that. Now Tempo Storm is stuck on that one. Gold Coin United goes for the Elise and the Malzahar so far. Wouldn't be surprised to see a Sion again potentially, though Quas didn't take it last game when it was open. Maybe they want to keep them on champions that can pressure it a little harder.
Well, especially things that can win lane a little bit harder. We had the Renekton. He got first blood, but Solo was doing a good job kind of holding his own. It was Solo's team fighting on the Rumble that left a little bit to be desired. He had some decent ultimates, but he died a lot.
And it is very hard to play Rumble without anyone else to go really in with you. No frontliner to set you up. No ultimate that you can just layer yours on top of. So it was tough to play, and he was focused heavily. The fact that he was able to keep in CS was nice. He had a couple good ultimates to clear waves when he was under pressure. Overall, not a bad Rumble game. Pretty happy with that one out of him. And how we see the Ezreal targeted. You had a pretty interesting Ezreal stat from last game, right?
Yeah, that was a 39.7% damage share Ezreal from Freeze. He did 52.7k damage, which is almost as much damage as Tempo Storm did as a team in game number 1.
Yeah, so probably want to take that one away.
Bam.
That's off the table. Tempo Storm still banning out Phoenix's Cassiopeia, and Gold Coin United returning to the first pick Varus now that they're back on the blue side.
Yeah, so first pick Varus going to be going over to Mash again. Did some very good things with it in game number 1. Was off the table in game number 2. Did not want to have that one running around, but it is going to continuously be the Graves pickup from Tempo Storm. They keep going back to it. Sentinel had a rough game 1 on it. Did pretty well in game number 2, though.
Yeah, the Vi Hover not quite as effective here after you've already locked in your jungler. So,
supposedly
Sentinel
Graves,
not really scaring anyone with the potential Vi pick right now.
Graves is a marksman. What if he goes into the bot lane again?
I mean, more often they top lane.
Well, I mean, it is Quas. You never know.
Yeah, it's where, top lane Graves used to go, but instead it's going to be the Sivir lock-in.
And this is a different kind of utility pick coming out from Freeze, although it's not going to necessarily be as pokey and proddy as the Ezreal was in game number 2. It's something that Tempo Storm has run in the Challenger Series so far. The only issue is they lost with it, and they lost with it when it was a 45-minute game, and she had 6 items.
Yeah, I mean, those are the situations that usually you see Sivir thriving in. Her ricochet crits can destroy backlines as long as you're hitting a tank, which you usually are. But they did lose that game, like you said. Gold Coin United gonna grab the Rengar here. A pretty successful first game with it for Santorin. Now he's on the blue side, not banned away, able to grab this one. He had some good early pathing, set him up with some CS advantages and some pressure advantages. So hopefully Gold Coin United looks like they're trying to recreate their draft from game 1, which worked out very well for them.
Yeah, they can't do the entire draft, though, as the Cassiopeia hasn't banned away, but they are going to wind up picking up the Karma. I believe that was the same kind of support that was down with the Varus last time around. So
they had the Soraka first.
Oh, they had the
game.
Soraka, that's right, because Mad Lice played it twice in a row.
Yeah, it looks like Gold Coin United wants to keep the pressure up a little bit more this time around. The Karma, one of the strongest laning supports right now. Malzahar off the table being another strong one. So Karma pretty much safe to blind pick at all points. Tempo Storm responding with the Lulu, it looks like. kind of like a single target comma, has a lot of shielding, has a lot of speed ups, but only for one person.
Yeah, that's very true. And the Lulu's kind of risen in popularity recently. It's normally been something you just kind of pick against the Malzahar or something in a composition where there's a lot of single target focus. You wild growth, you shield something, it seems to be very effective. But we have seen Lulu being kind of paired with just about anything. E United, Zazel, their support player, has played it like 5 separate games in a row, and it's not necessarily against a specific support, it's just something he likes. It's still pretty much a lane bully itself.
Right, it's usually fine. Has a little bit of harder time bullying the Karma, though you can still win that matchup for sure. And we see the Shen Orianna bans as well as the Scion coming in. Top lane tanks being pinched a little bit again here. The Renekton seems like a pretty important pick this series. I'm going to be interested to see if Tempo Storm decides to grab that one blind or potentially have to play into it. We'll have to see what the last ban here is for Gold Coin United as well.
So about 10 seconds to think that one through, and it is going to be the Renekton, though, almost immediately after that, so that will not be going over to either Solo or Quas, which means we could potentially see a whole different flavor of top lane matchup this time around. The Rumble is still on the table, the Swain is still on the table, so we have seen those already in this matchup, but I mean, when you're dealing with Solo, who can pretty much play anything, he still has the Nautilus and the Maokai and the Poppy available to him. The really big question is, what's Quas going to play?
Yeah, I think that is the big question. Wouldn't be surprised to see them leave that for later. Tempo Storm grabbing the Syndra here for hat-tricks. It had been banned away in game 1, I believe, so he was not able to grab that. Phoenix grabbed it relatively early in game 2. I think it was a first pick in the second rotation then for them on the red side. So hat-tricks finally getting his hands on the Syndra here, going to show if it's worth the priority that Gold Coin United was putting on.
Well, then that means what is going to be for Phoenix if the Rumble does get locked in for the second game in a row. So that's going to be Solo saying, I could play this into pretty much whatever you want to give me, but the Jace has been left on the table this time around, and that's going to be what Phoenix takes in. This is a very dangerous, very pokey, very proddy, very deadly comp from GCU.
I'll hold my analysis until I see the last pick coming in from Tempo Storm, but I gotta say, based off early looks, I really do like what Gold Coin United did here. The Camille is what it's going to be. It's going to be a bit of a skill matchup in the top lane. Pretty much favors Rumble a little bit here. And I mentioned before how you have to worry about the Jace pick when you have the Rumble because it basically enables it, giving you enough magic damage to not have to worry about becoming too physical damage heavy. Against Tempo Storm's team comp, you wouldn't have to worry about that. No one's going to be stacking armor too much on that top side. But it still is a very threatening team comp when you have a Varus who can lock someone down, Rumble layers the ult on top, Shock Blast coming as well, Rengar can start fights. The only problem with the Gold Coin United draft is it's a little bit squishy, but they have really strong laners as well.
So Gold Coin United, very lane dominant, whereas Tempo Storm have gotten a lot of things that they seem comfortable on, specifically the hat-trick Syndra, something he's played to great effect in the previous Challenger Series matches, and Quas on Camille, it's something he's undefeated on in 3 different games, although that was a different flavor of Camille back when Quas was somehow able to get his hands on it.
Sure, and I think obviously Tempo Storm's going to be happy to get their hands on a number of those picks, but the problem is the matchups that they got them in. Rumble is one that you're happy to play that into Camille. Similarly, Jace actually does decently into the Syndra pick. He often, runs the exhaust. I believe I saw Phoenix lock that one in. Really cuts into Syndra's all-in potential, and Jace does a ton of damage, so if there's any early focus given by the junglers, it's very easy for the Syndra to go down early, and then Jace can actually start controlling that lane a little bit.
And we'll have to see if Tempo Storm is going to be able to survive those lane phase matchups. As you mentioned before, it's playoff time, and it's do or die, and this is game number 3 with Gold Coin United already up 2 games to 0 over Tempo Storm, so quite literally, if Tempo Storm do not do, they will die this game.
It is their last chance to do then, Tom. As we see, once again, both teams fairly low frontliners, though, like we mentioned, the Camille, pretty good for starting team fights out. Does have a decent amount of survivability as well. As you start getting a little later in the game, you start buying a couple more tank items. But I do think Gold Coin United's draft is pretty strong in the early game, having pressure in a lot of these lanes.
Well, of course, now it's Quas on the Camille, something a little bit more of a carry, something a little bit more with split push potential. We could see Tempo Storm falling back onto something where they kind of let Quas create space for them on the opposite side of the map, and then see if Gold Coin United is going to respond to him or respond to the core group of 4 on the opposing side.
Well, we will have to see. The other thing to touch on is, of course, that Santorin is playing the Rengar back into the graves. Kind of put on a little bit of a clinic versus Sentinel early that game. We see a little different level 1 here. Gold Coin United getting fairly aggressive around the bot lane. Forces Lulu to take W level 1. That's actually great. That makes it very hard for Tempo Storm to contest the push of Gold Coin United in level 1, basically winning them the very early laning phase for their bot lane just off that small group up. Don't have to give up anything to do so. Don't have to skill up anything you don't want to. So a nice little advantage early on there.
Yeah, and while GCU did get a little early advantage in the bottom lane, on the top side we did see Santorin there, and he actually got a chance to tell us about facing off against former teammates in Phoenix and Quas, but he says it's not going to get in the way of winning tonight.
I definitely want to make sure we beat Quas. He's a really good friend of mine, actually. I love working with him. He's a really nice person, but I still want to make sure that I get the upper hand.
It's always sucks a little bit losing to your friend. Obviously, you don't want to beat your friend, but it's even worse when you might have to worry about them rubbing it in your face a little bit.
I mean, I think when you can qualify for the North American LCS promotion tournament, you do want to beat your friends.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You always want to beat your friends. And
Okay.
It's especially bad when what you lose to them in is something that's your job as well.
That's very true. Well, Santorin did give Quas a little bit of love in game number 1. However, it was not nearly as much reciprocated by Quas in game number 2, where he was the one that got early game advantages from his new friend in the jungle in Sentinel. We'll see now if Santorin, though, on this Rengar. Game number 1, he was out jungling Sentinel in his own jungle at that point and was putting a ton of pressure on Quas in the top lane. We'll see if history repeats itself in this game, as it is still that Graves versus Rengar matchup.
That is the question, and of course, like we were mentioning, the Rumble generally going to have a small push advantage. Not small, a pretty good push advantage over the Camille early on, which is kind of what set up Santorin for that big CS advantage in the first game where he had the pressure in the top side. Solo was able to go in, make sure that he was safe sealing those Krugs. Could be the path available for Santorin again. And here we see that bot lane, like we said, totally backed off the wave. No way to contest that when you got a Lulu level 1 with W.
Yeah, so already level 2 advantages gained by GCU. And you mentioned earlier, just getting a little bit of damage in that cheeky invade early on from Gold Coin, and it did cement them a bit of position advantage in lane. Of course, the Sivir matchup, she eventually will end up being a late game monster. She's going to have really high damaging ricochet crit. She's going to have a ton of wave clear. But in the early stages of the game, she has a spell shield to survive some of the poke damage. But when you got Karma and Varus wailing Qs down on you, you can only spell shield so much.
Yeah, it looks like Freeze missed some sort of CS early on. He has not hit level 2 while she has. So he doesn't even have that spell shield available yet. Finally gets it, most likely. See if he actually did grab it level 2. You don't always do that usually. Waiting to level 3 or something. So there we see Sentinel actually wrapping around for a gank from behind, but Gold Coin United has the wards to spot this one coming. They're going to back away. Maybe they can turn on Sentinel. He senses that one. Does not want to risk getting turned on and giving away double buffs.
As soon as he saw Gold Coin United back away, he too decided to move the opposite way, as Sentinel has his own double buffs, as does Santorin. But Santorin already pinging into the fact that it looks like he wants to go for those Krug invade again. Sentinel doing the same exact thing. Seems that he's kind of caught up to Santorin's little tricks in that top side of the jungle, but he will be making his presence known in mid lane. Those as soon as Santorin wanted to go up there, Phoenix got aggressive in the mid lane. That was another big reason why Santorin was able to get advantages in game number 1, was the Cassiopeia play from Phoenix versus Hatrix.
Right, always forcing Sentinel to come mid. Here you see, despite the fact that Sentinel showed up mid, they were not actually able to push that wave into turret. Phoenix, like I mentioned, Jace is a nice matchup into Syndra, so even though it was nice that Tempo Storm was finally able to grab that pick for themselves, because they obviously seem to like it, the matchup that they secured it for is not great. Same with Quas's Camille versus the Rumble of Solo, down around 6 CS right now as well. Both solo laners falling slightly behind.
And we did see Sentinel eventually making his way after his Krugs, only to be a sad Graves, as he realizes that they had already been stolen away by Rengar. Santorin getting a little bit pushy in Sentinel's own jungle here. He's going to wind up landing the Bola, just saying that this area might be yours.
I can hit
map,
that.
but...
Yeah.
Oh, okay, well.
Just throwing the bowl out there, sending a message.
It's a warning Bola. The next one will be the deadly one.
Right. And he does have to be careful. Falling behind a little bit once again, not quite as bad as it was in the first game, but it's still pretty early. And Santorin really does seem to key off the pressure that his solo laners are able to grab early on. Though Phoenix, a little bit of a mistake here. Luckily for him, Hatrix has no mana, not able to commit harder to that trade. Does not force the exhaust out of Phoenix.
Yeah, got stunned up in tower range, but had the health bar to keep himself alive. But Sentinel is around this mid lane area. Though unfortunately, as it Graves, all he can really do is walk forward and shoot out that end of the line. It's not going to be enough to deter Phoenix from, you know, staying in lane, getting all this CS.
Yeah, it looks like he's finally able to help push this wave, and unfortunately, 2 visits from your jungler early on does actually end up stealing a decent amount of XP, as we see the bot lane getting a little aggressive here.
Yeah, Freeze actually taking a lot of damage, and Mash is going to wind up getting the exhaust out of Sheep. Early trades going in favor of GCU pretty much in every lane.
Yeah, GCU already up to about a 500 gold lead. 5 minutes, almost 6 minutes in, just off the back of standard laning. And this is a little bit of a concern. This is somewhat reminiscent to game 1. We have not seen the Phoenix 2v or 1v2 kill that he managed to get in game 1 and game 2 yet.
Not level 6 yet.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of time.
Got
I
a
believe
whole
it's still
level.
coming. I mean, it's already happened twice. Got to happen the 3rd time, right?
No, well, Quas already being pushed in against his tower, decides to go back, blows his teleport to get back to lane, picked up a null magic mantle in addition to a second longsword in his corrupting potion, whereas now Solo looks like he will recall and buy he himself, picking up a couple of additional items in just a second. But all across the board, everybody kind of just pushing out their lanes for the side of Gold Coin United, going back kind of almost as a team, as the Haunting guys is the pickup there for Rumble, Ninja Tabby being picked up early on by Santorin Jungle Rengar. Looks like the side of Tempo Storm utilizing the fact that they see nobody from Gold Coin United in lanes to kind of move forward, put a little bit of vision down, and figure out where everybody went.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be a little bit careful when you go for those big group team recalls early into the game. It can signal that it's free to go for the Dragon. Luckily, the bot lane of Tempo Storm still needed to recall, so there was no huge threat on the Dragon there. Just a little bit of vision control. Tempo Storm is secure in the bot side jungle of Gold Coin United. Now Gold Coin United's turn to go invade and get their own. So trading some vision down the bot side.
Both of these teams definitely like their vision controls. Mad Life going to charge up the Mantra and try to steal the Gromp over the wall. Don't think he succeeded, but in the top lane, Quas and Solo continue to get a couple of trades down. A little bit of magic resistance on Quas means that he's going to be going okay in these trades against Solo, but Solo's picked up a Haunting guys of his own, so we will be stacking a little bit of magic penetration to peel through a little bit of the magic resistance, and we continue to see Santorin to decimate the jungle of Tempo Storm. Sentinel here, 25 CS to 53 through the Rengar from Santorin. And this is the second time Santorin's gotten this pickup. He steals this red buff away, forces the flash out of Sentinel. This is a conscious choice of Tempo Storm to get the Graves over the Rengar twice in a row, or 2 games out of 3, not ban it away, and give it to Santorin, who seems perfectly fine to play.
Yes, Santorin is crushing this game again with all the play. Here we see a little bit of a level 6 trade, getting some pressure down onto the bot lane of Tempo Storm as well. It's very difficult to deal with this as a jungler when you basically have 3 lanes who have been losing. And he's been getting invaded over and over as well. A lot of vision control. You saw Mad Life trying to harass him on the Gromp. That stalls out your clear because you're trying to make sure he can't steal it with a Mantra Q. This is very annoying to play.
Yeah, and so every side of the map for Gold Coin United pulling ahead again. Very reminiscent of game number 1. And Sentinel on his Graves going to be hard-pressed to try to get something done, although it does look like that he's going to give up on these Krubs to go for Solo, pushing forward a little bit too far. Quas coming in. The Hextech ultimatum is thrown down. Solo's going to get stuck up on that one. Sentinel's going to come and get some damage down. The Equalizer's popped. He flashes back over that one, but Quas is going to flash to follow up. The slow had landed. Is Solo going to be able to get out? The scrap shield is there, but it's going to be Quas with the hook shot coming back up for first blood.
Sentinel and Quas team up again in game 3 to grab first blood. Finally, something starts going their way, able to not quite tie the gold up, but at least get themselves a small advantage. Though we see Gold Coin United looking to make a play on the flip side of the map. Jace is roaming down as well. Santorin might not be able to stop these guys from getting through him.
Yeah, Santorin's very far into his enemy's side of the map. He's going to continue to get some damage on the freeze. Actually pops the heal out of the Sivir as well. So even though he's just kind of on zoning duties here in the bottom lane, gets a summoner spell for his troubles.
Right, gets a summoner spell, gets a lot of damage down this bot turret. At the same time, Phoenix is stealing away the blue buff. They're going to be able to grab this turret most likely. So a good play out of Sentinel on the top side to get first blood, but you have to wonder what they give up. It seems like a pretty heavy price to pay.
Yeah, Gold Coin United is going for everything. Match is still pushing the first tower. Phoenix is stolen away a blue buff. The Infernal Drake is on the map, and that's being focused down by Gold Coin United. So sure, Tempo Storm gets themselves a first blood, but they're losing pretty much every other objective on the map right now.
Did they give up too much, though? Santorin caught in the pit now is going to have to flash out. Almost goes down.
Collateral damage was too close for comfort in that one.
Still, overall, definitely worth it. In the long run, you lose a flash for an Infernal Dragon on a team that basically everyone can use it. You get the first turret of the game as well. You get the enemy blue buff for Phoenix. This is not looking too hot for Tempo Storm early on. The one shining bright spot is that Quas was able to pick up that first blood. Camille is a champion that can snowball. You're going to start hoping that he starts alleviating some of this pressure.
We want to see how powerful Quas is on Camille after some of the nerfs came in for the champion. We haven't seen him play it in the Challenger Series since those nerfs actually went through. When he did wind up getting it and it was still super, super strong, he pretty much did Quas things on a very, very strong champion. So we'll see if his Camille's going to be able to create the pressure on the map that Tempo Storm needs to kind of survive in some of these disadvantages they have in the other lanes. We do see Quas getting a little bit pushy in the top lane with Solo. As Solo, though, getting a large chunk of damage traded back on. It's still an early game Rumble with an early Haunting guy. So even though there's a Hex Drinker on Quas, it's going to be taking a bit of damage.
Yeah, and just to point out what happened in that trade, he misses the East for the stun, and then just the last little tick of Flame Splitter, I believe, procced the passive shield from Quas, which then times out, allowing Solo to re-engage the trade. Quas has no cooldowns, no shield to negate that damage, and gets chunked a little bit. Not the end of the world, but just a little thing to know about how the trades are going up there.
Well, all across the board, Gold Coin United starting out with advantages in this game. Not necessarily as powerful as they were in game number 1, as Phoenix still has yet to register a kill for himself, whereas he had about 2 or 3 underneath his belt as Cassiopeia the last time we saw Gold Coin United with an early game lead, although we do see Santorin now in the top side of the map, has the Thrill of the Hunt available. Will they be going for a dive on Quas? Looks like they definitely don't want to do that.
Yeah, it looked like that was more of a counter gank attempt there by Santorin. They had a decent amount of control in the bot river. The bot lane of Gold Coin United had roamed up there to secure some vision, and so they were predicting him to be up on the top side, which he is, but he's not actually looking for that gank attempt.
No, Sentinel making up for some lost farming time here. 49 CS compared to the 74 of Rengar. So even though it is jungle CS, it's a little bit skewed in different ways based off of who's taken the Krugs and who's taken the Gromp. It is still a large gold advantage in the favor of Santorin, despite the assist going over to Sentinel. Across the board, though, every other lane pretty much very close to even in CS. As Solo maybe gets a little bit too close to the sun there, as Sentinel was still on that top side of the map. Solo took a tower shot, and he's going to pay for it. Sentinel picks up a kill.
Yeah, a little over-aggressive there by Solo, gets stunned up under the turret, takes a little bit extra damage, but he might have been in trouble anyways because Sentinel came in, finished off Solo, who was isolated by that octagon. We know, Twitch chat, it's not an octagon.
It depends how you look at it. Still not.
Realistically, I don't know. How else can you look at it?
Well, you could look at it in the sense that you throw down a challenge and you meet them inside the octagon. So
Right.
that's the way I look at it anyway. Then again, what am I, a stats guy?
Yeah, you shouldn't be looking at it from a sayings perspective by idioms or anything like that.
Meanwhile, Gold Coin United have rearranged their lane assignments since they did want to getting that first tower goal in the bottom lane and giving it pretty much all the mash. He's completed his Ghost Blade already all by itself. They decided to put Jace into the side lane, and he's content to sit there, going up against the Syndra, who's not nearly as content to sit there, although she does have her completed Marillanomicon, so will be content to just clear waves back and forth, although she is in a long lane, does not have a Ghost, though, has taken the exhaust in this match.
Yeah, you have to be scared about the Rengar ganks a little bit more in that long lane. You see her playing very far back. Santorin is a little bit around the bot side. And obviously, Avaris is very happy to sit mid lane, charging up these Qs, shooting them in. The bot lane of Tempo Storm has rotated there as well. They're trying to hold on to the lane. Phoenix rotating up now to join in. This has basically been what Gold Coin United's been doing during this time, moving whoever's bot lane, getting pressure to mid lane, keep trying to pressure the turret. They have slowly been whittling it down, though it's not the explosive early game that we quite saw from game 1.
No, definitely a little bit more toned down and a little more reminiscent to the early game of game 2, although it is Gold Coin United who are still eking small gold advantages across the map in this one. Tempo Storm, though, this is what we saw them doing in game number 2 that eventually wound up leading to them taking some gold advantages. They weren't able to really hold on to it as they came across into the later stages of the game, but they were able to stem the bleeding from an aggressive early start from Gold Coin United, slowed things down a little bit more to their pace. We'll have to see if they're actually able to slow down Santorin's Rengar in this one.
Well-timed slow down there, Tom, right as the Bola came out.
And now it's like these things write themselves. As Quad's actually getting aggressive in the top side here, throws down the octagon, and the flash away from Solo, though, is not going to land that hookshot stun. Quad's going to have to back away.
Yeah, Solo does not decide to re-engage with the ultimate. Quas still has his flash available, would not be able to net a kill with it. It's going to look like he's going to focus more on resetting, holding on to that, and just going even versus the Camille, who Quas has done a good job kind of getting that advantage in the top lane. Like we were saying, Tempo Storm needed pressure somewhere because they were losing all 3 lanes. It looks like Quas will be the saving grace in this early game as Gold Coin United has stalled out a little bit at a 1,000 gold lead.
Yeah, Phoenix is continuing to pressure down on this bottom side of the map. Hatrick's running a little bit low on mana, so Phoenix will eventually get this wave to crash into the tower and start poking away on it. We see the rest of Gold Coin United hovering around this mid lane, slowly poking it down in this kind of 1-3-1 setup that they have going on for the time being. The same exact time, we see Madlife and Santorin meeting up on the bottom side of the map, continuing to get wards down in the enemy jungle, so they know that Phoenix is safe to continue pushing up against this tower. Hatrick's taking a chunk of damage, chunk of his mana bar missing, has to go back. This forces Sentinel to rotate over. That means Gold Coin United has a little bit more pressure to push up in this mid lane as we now see Solo moving down from the top side to group up.
Right, and with that pressure, they'll most likely grab the Ocean Dragon, which has just spawned. Santorin thinking about grabbing the Scuttle Crab before he starts that, going for the Ocean Dragon instead. The rest of Gold Coin United is hovering around, though it doesn't look like they're actually going to help him out with this. They say, Santorin, it's your turn to do this one.
Well, Gold Coin United will be getting their dragon relatively uncontested as the rest of Tempo Storm are kind of forced back onto their side of the map. A wall of wards is pretty much preventing them from going any farther forward than their own blue side jungle. So it is going to be the second dragon of the game going over to the side of Gold Coin United. And they're going to be happy to do that. Game number 2, even though it was a very long, stalled out game, one of the things that was their saving grace was the 4-stack of dragon by the time Elder came back.
Right, you can always go for the dragon stacking, slower pace game. That seems to be what Gold Coin United favors, though I wouldn't have minded seeing a little bit more proactive play in these first 15 minutes with the advantage that they had in the early game right away. They grabbed the dragon. Maybe you can put your bot lane to the top side to deal with that Camille, which was starting to get control. You can put the Jace up there against it. Obviously, you can see Quas has grabbed the Maw Malmortius. They finally sent the Jace up there to deal with her. So nice to see them finally starting to move some more members around the map as opposed to just defaulting to roaming their bot lane mid or putting into a 1-3-1.
Well, they still have their bot lane in the mid lane, although it looks like it will not be without a little bit of help. Rumble has swapped down onto the bottom side of the map for Gold Coin United, so lane assignments have been a little bit flipped. At the same time, it looks like Tempo Storm are going to be responding the same way, sending Hattrick back up against the Jace, despite Phoenix having gone back and picked up that Hex Drinker and Merc Treads for himself, so he does have a decent amount of magic resistance. Fact of the matter is that Camille itemizing for a full Maw, the Malmortius first, means that Jace is going to be shredding through with some of that lethality coming in.
Yeah, we're getting into a little bit of that lane assignment, do-si-do. The Syndra roams up to match back up with Jace. Camille runs down there. Rumble runs mid. You're going to see a lot of movement all over the map during this portion of the game.
You see Santorin getting a little bit aggressive for a control ward. Is going to take a little bit of damage there from Sentinel and Sheep, but Mad Life going to throw out the Mantra Q, force everybody back away. At the same exact time, Mash and Solo are continuing to edge their minions closer and closer towards this mid lane tower, and Tempo Storm, once again, just kind of stuck on wave code duties all across the map. Santorin, though, not quite done, says that this is still my jungle, technically, as he invades up there, goes for the red buff. At the same exact time when they're doing it, Santorin, though, there's a dive on the Hattricks, and although he's got the exhaust down pat, looks like nobody's going to survive that one, as Mad Life and Phoenix will pick up a kill.
Really good job there by Gold Coin United. They are grabbing control of the topside jungle. You see Tempo Storm doing their best to try and answer it, but they're dealing with Santorin stealing a red buff, which opens up Mad Life to go up to the top side for the 2-man dive on their own. The exhaust making sure that the Syndra can't trade 1v2, which is always the concern when you go up against a Syndra like that as a support. They're able to get the kill there, and they're able to grab their second turret of the game, getting the lead up to almost 3,000 gold now.
And Gold Coin United, a little bit slower paced in game 1, a little bit faster paced in game 2. Has some advantages on the map. Once again, it's really coming into the form of these objectives. Tempo Storm has 2 kills to the lane compared to the one of Gold Coin United, which actually they just got in that top lane. But they got 2 dragons, they got 2 towers, and Tempo Storm once again stalling out on the objective front, not being able to secure any for themselves yet, despite getting that first blood.
Right, and the thing is, the first bloods always seem to come for a trade. Most of the time that Tempo Storm is getting stuff done around Quas, they have to be giving up something around the bot side. And we talk about how Tempo Storm loves being able to play around freeze, and the fact of the matter is they have been struggling to do so all 3 games. They had that 1 or 2 forced gank attempts down in game 2, which didn't even really result in any objectives.
And that was when Freeze was playing the Ezreal, where he did deal a large portion of damage in the later stages of the game. Did not have that go button like he did on the Ashe in game number 1. Does not have that, hey, let's go button like he does on Sivir in this game. And actually, the early lane phase was punishing in this matchup here. Normally see the Sivir to survive against the Varus pick. It doesn't necessarily do a lot against him in lane as far as like trading potential goes. And we saw Tempo Storm's bottom lane suffering from that. The same exact thing was the mid lane matchup from Hattrick in game number 1. They tried to put some pressure on there and get him to a safe level 6, but it got turned around by Phoenix. This time around, it's Gold Coin United capitalizing on that bottom side weak matchup from Tempo Storm, which is normally their strength.
Right, Santorin did have a CS advantage, but neutralized a little bit here by Sentinel, but I don't know if I've seen a Rengar ult this game. Have we seen one?
If memory serves correct, I don't think we have.
I mean, this is one way to play Rengar, the ultless Rengar. Focuses on farming, controlling counter jungling, and allowing his teammates to make plays.
Well, he might see a zoning ultimate. Santorin was a fan of those in the later stages of game number 1, but it looks like with the amount of pressure and damage they had from the poke coming out, they don't even need a zoning Rengar ultimate as the 3rd and final outer tower of the game goes over to GCU.
And this is, to be fair, a little bit why we criticize the playstyle of Gold Coin United. I think if you looked at most games, you would say if your Rengar has not ulted really 20 minutes into the game, you probably are not using your Rengar super efficiently, but despite that fact, Gold Coin United does have that 4,000 gold lead, has control of the game, CS advantages, turrets, dragons, things looking pretty good for them here in game 3.
Well, this Rengar is all about vision control, and between Santorin and Mad Life, Goldcoin United throughout the Challenger Series has had a large amount of that. Not necessarily a large amount of wards, which technically Tempo Storm has the most plays, but a large amount of vision control. Mad Life has the most wards killed per minute for any sort of support. Santorin is up there in ranks for junglers as well. So the vision control and strangling people out. Maybe you don't need a Rengar ultimate if you're just going to wind up getting that second bola. That's the one.
Here you see Mad Life able to force out the ultimate of Sentinel. Or Freeze, excuse me, gets the Sivir ult out for just the tether. Not bad. Limiting Tempo Storm's options in terms of trying to punish Goldcoin United at any point here.
And they won't have that up by the time the Infernal respawns either. That's coming up in about 35 seconds. The cooldown being popped on that now means it won't be available till about another 30 seconds after that dragon spawns. So that could be another point of contention that Goldcoin United will get. Another dragon, another objective.
And we'll have to see. It looks like Tempo Storm is focusing on grouping up a little bit more to contest this one, as it is the second Infernal Dragon. You're really concerned about the snowball potential of Goldcoin United. Though they don't have great vision control right now. Goldcoin United is grouped up trying to deal with it. And you see, right now, Sheep is recalling, and Syndra's heading down to the bot lane to control this minion wave. Looks like they might not even be able to contest this Infernal Dragon at all.
No, Camille's actually backing off towards her own side of the jungle without the support there. The ward in the pit, so they know that Santorin's going to start this one up, but the rest of Goldcoin United collapsing down on this one. This is going to be another objective conceded by Tempo Storm. We said that coming into this matchup, it was Santorin saying, hey, I need to get better dragon control. Objective control is one of my weaker points. I want to try to work on that one. He's working on it extremely well. Tempo Storm is the one that's been struggling the entire series.
Yeah, then that one dragon in game one that, honestly, Tempo Storm shouldn't have been able to get, most likely. Santorin has done a great job of controlling the dragons. That one little hiccup aside, they had 4 in game 2, and I think 3 in game 1. So they've had a lot of dragons so far.
3 in this game, 2 in the first game, 4 in the second game. They've only given up a mountain and an elder dragon.
Not too bad overall. We see here Quas finally able to take the first turret down on the side of Goldcoin United. Shrinks that lead just a little bit closer back down to 3K now, but still a pretty substantial gold deficit 23 minutes in the game. It's not the end of the world. Goldcoin, like we said, definitely not snowballing as hard as you would have hoped, but they are still in control of the game.
Yeah, and to their credit, this is something that we've said all throughout the Challenger Series. While they may play things a little bit slowly, they are still in control, and they're still bleeding out vision control, and they're still controlling the pace of the game. So while it may be a little bit slow to the eyes of us watching the game, it's them controlling the pace of the game, getting the advantage that they want, and being comfortable enough to close out these games. Sure, it's a little bit slow pace, but it's clean, it's methodical, and it's working for them, especially if this is in game number 3, and they're looking like they might take this series 3-0.
Yeah, they're in a decent position to do so. Just to touch a little bit on that vision control point that you were talking about, you often see supports on lower tier teams having more wards placed than the high ranking teams, just because you actually don't have to lose as many wards over the course of the game. And when you're playing from behind, your wards often get cleared out the most, so you have to place the most. So there is a little bit of a push and pull there where if you are vision controlling really well, you tend to not lose as many wards as a team playing from behind.
And fun fact, the most warding support in the North American Challenger Series was Team Gabe Vincent.
There you go. Just proves my point. I believe in the LCS. I would need to check this, but I think it might be special on Team Dignitas. So.
Yeah, it's Ali on Immortals.
Oh, Ali now.
Close enough, though.
Yeah, I think they're all up there. But you notice it's not C9, it's not TSM, it's not the teams that are in the lead of the LCS.
It's also how effective you're being with your vision control, which is also why you look at the wards killed statistics. And when Mad Life topping the charge for supports in that one, you don't kill a ton of wards every minute, but when you're killing half a ward every single minute of the game, that's a large amount of vision.
Right, and here we see with that, Goldcoin United rotating up to the top side of the turret, top side of the map, trying to get this inner turret down, get it down below 75% health just with a single wave. Moving between that mid and top wave wall on the bot side. Solo just tries to hang on versus Quas, doing a decent job overall.
Yeah, and as long as Solo is able to just hang on with Quas, that means that Quas is going to be able to create the significant advantages that Tempo Storm really need him to be able to do to force someone else from GCU back to deal with him, so that the 4 versus 3 core of Tempo Storm can actually start to take back some of the control of their own jungle and out of these lane pressure that Goldcoin United is putting down on them. That's been one of the strengths of having Quas in his very unique champion pool, is a lot of times you don't know how to deal with a certain pick he's pushing with, or how to play around a certain champion. We saw very early on in the Challenger Series him dominating 1v2 matchups with his Swain pickup, but Goldcoin United very heavily targeting him in the pick and ban phase, being able to play around his unique champion pool and utilizing their own vision control to kind of shut him down. As we do see actually Hatcher's getting a little aggressive, throws down the ultimate. Santorin's not going to go down, but it will actually stop GCU from pushing for a bit.
It does slow GCU's push down for a moment here, but it's not going to actually change the state of the game at all. It just gives them a little bit of breathing room. And it does seem like Tempo Storm really does struggle when they don't have lane priority early in the game or have guaranteed lockdown CC. Game 2 with the Renekton pick, Tempo Storm looked a lot better. Their bot lane was basically even. This time around, they're losing top, mid, and bot lane. It's always hard to play when you have 3 losing lanes, but game 1 was a similar situation, and they have not been able to build one of those comps that they were so well known for in the Challenger Series throughout the year.
In game number 1, they wound up taking the Ashe, and it's been available in every other game since then, but they have shied away from it and just have not been taking that signature go button for them. It was the most successful champion for Freeze throughout the 5 weeks of the North American Challenger Series, but with the adaptations coming in from different picks in the jungle, different picks in the top lane, and even some of the different picks in the support role, only having one of those kind of go buttons just wasn't working out for them in game number 1. It seems that they kind of changed things up a little bit. Got a lot of speed up potential, and they got a lot of lockdown potential out of Camille in and of herself. They don't necessarily have the let's catch back up by all ulting this one guy and trying to blow him up style that they've had success with in the past.
Right, and the part that makes that so successful for them is that when they do fall behind, which has happened a couple times, they can just find someone invading a little bit too far. So there was an instance where they almost got into Santorin once or twice that they just didn't have quite enough CC to actually finish him off. So Santorin's been able to run away at very low health values, and if they just had that one extra bit of CC, maybe they're able to convert that into an actual kill and start dragging the game back in their favor.
Well, the 2 times that Solo's died in this game in and of itself has been the fact that he's been pushing a little bit too far up against Quas in lane, and Sentinel's been able to just kind of hook around the backside and blow him up. But with a little CC, that could be potentially something that they would go for. But in this one, it's going to be them being caught out in their own jungle. They have actually been able to establish a little bit of vision control back on their side, so that they did not see the Rengar waiting in that brush, and we did wind up using the collateral damage from Sentinel just to get himself out.
Right, once again, Tempo Storm forced to use a lot of their engage abilities defensively. Santorin getting chunked out, fighting for vision all on his own.
He wants that control ward, but he can't see that there's 3 other people on the other side there. Mash will wind up coming back up. That control ward gonna bloop back up to 4 full bars.
The control ward that could!
Regenerates. That's also really annoying, the fact that those regenerate so fast.
I'm happy about it. Glad overall you can't slowly whittle down control wards, makes them a little bit more valuable. Ocean Dragon spawning right now doesn't look like Tempo Storm is even considering contesting. Quas recalls. The rest of the team still focusing more on getting topside vision control back. This will be the 4th dragon of the game for Gold Coin United. Looks like an Ocean Dragon will be the last one as well. Gold Coin United has the chance to grab all 5 dragons this game. Gonna make a Steam Dragon with a bunch of Ocean and Infernal.
Did you learn that from the quiz I gave you on the Elemental Lux skin?
No.
No?
I learned that from having a brain.
Ah, okay. I don't have one of those.
Yeah.
That's why I play AD carry. But in this game, Gold Coin United are going to wind up stacking up the dragons. That's 10 out of the 12 dragons this entire best of 5 series so far that they made able to control. So continue with that objective dominance of Santorin. Once again, going to eat that Syndra ultimate, but still not going to go down. The Karma Inspire Shield, keeping him alive. Just unable to find picks on GCU. I mean, at this point, Rengar, not necessarily the tankiest guy in the world, but does wind up having that Black Cleaver for a little bit of extra HP. He's not going to wind up being one-shot by anything Hatrix can throw at him right now, especially because Hatrix has had to go for that Zanya's Hourglass early on. Gives him a little bit of damage, but it's more of a defensive option than going for something like the Luden's Echo or Death Cap as the second item.
Yeah, usually you often see the Leandry second on the Synders that are doing well, and obviously that's huge if you're trying to burst someone who you're basically trying to do it alone. Here, Quas opening up onto Solo. Zanya's early.
Wants to try to make a play for himself. He's going to wind up utilizing the Equalizer, uses the Zanya's Hourglass. Solo taking a lot of damage, has to try to flash away, stays within the heal of the Redemption. The Scrap Shield comes up. Quas going to flash forward. He wants to get a solo kill on Solo.
Quas able to make a play there. The ultimate by Solo was not enough to keep himself safe. Quas was able to sidestep that, not get burned down too low, and then re-engage once he was out of his Zanya state. Gold Coin United looking like they want to punish this a little bit. Hit the Flash Power ultimate.
Oh, there's the Chain of Corruption coming out. While Quas is taking the bottom lane tower. He's going to teleport into this way, but it is going to wind up being canceled. It did dissuade GCU. They used their initiation. They're not able to get anything from it.
Yeah, they're able to get teleport advantage most importantly, and now they're going to look at the Baron as a potential target here. They start this one off. Gold Coin, or Tempo Storm, excuse me, still in range to try and contest this one, and relatively healthy.
They did get Hatrix chunked out a little bit. Freeze had a little bit of damage on him as well, but they most importantly know that Quas cannot join this fight, but he has taken 2 towers for himself on the bottom side. Solo's going to respawn in just a second, but his equalizer will not be available for this one. The Baron's going to drop really low. It will be taken away. At the same exact time, Madlife has been able to take down Sentinel.
Nice.
They've rooted up hat tricks, and that's going to be another kill going over to the side of Goldcoin United. At the same time, Quas is being chased away by Solo in the bottom side of the map, so that's a Baron for 2 tower trade overall for GCU.
A little bit risky of a call there by Goldcoin United. Sentinel was able to get into the pit and look at potentially stealing the Baron, but good focus overall. They burn down Sentinel before they finish off the Baron. Pretty close overall in terms of the timing of that, but they did make sure to kill the jungler first. That secures the Baron for them, and then off the turn, they're able to get 1 extra on Hatrix, who was summonerless after the fight, but Quas still trying to pick on Solo a little bit here.
Whew. Solo throws down the equalizer. He takes a ton of damage, and Quas even standing that one.
Here comes Santorin, though, wants to avenge his buddy, gonna root up Quas, burn him down. Gets the shutdown onto Quas, pretty good to get that one, and to stop Quas from being able to join in with the rest of Tempo Storm as Goldcoin United finishes off that top inner turret that they had gotten low so long ago.
Yeah, and they still wind up coming over with the Baron buff off of that one. So this is the fight setup here. Even after Quas took down Solo in the bottom lane, they knew with the teleport advantage they could try to burn this one down.
Yeah, you see Madlife trying to get the root onto Sentinel before he can get over the pit. They see that he's coming in. Phoenix does a good job focusing him down. They're able to burst out Sentinel, then finish off the Baron. And then there's the flash bowl up by Santorin, gets them 1 extra kill. Nice to be able to grab that one overall. It definitely helps in transitioning that into more objectives. And now Goldcoin United finally have their Baron buff, might start taking down more of these inner turrets.
They've already gotten a 4th tower, and the 5th one's going to fall relatively fast after that. So Goldcoin United, with this Baron buff on their members, are going to be pushing down quite aggressively on all fronts. The bottom lane is slowly pushing in their favor, while we do have Solo's Rumble going down to that side, but the rest of Goldcoin United are grouped up as 4 members strong in this mid lane here. Tempo Storm, they're at the same point that they kind of were in game number 1. They're just kind of sitting back. They have to clear out waves. Quas has a little bit of priority, already being a level 18 Camille about 32.5 minutes into the game, but there's only so much he can do by himself in these situations.
Yeah, I mean, it's great that he was able to grab 2 turrets. Should have helped bring the gold lead back closer into Tempo Storm's favor, but Goldcoin United answer instantly, grabbing that Baron buff. Makes you wonder why they didn't pull the trigger earlier, Tom. Seemed pretty easy despite the fact it was a 4v5.
I don't know about that one. And they did have no teleport on Quas, so once the teleport was gone, that was good.
No, I guess.
Oh.
I mean, they forced the teleport
They forced
out.
the teleport
yeah,
out.
I'm saying why not do that right away when Santorin's alive with teleport, or Solo's alive with teleport too. They could have forced that play way earlier into the game.
I guess Goldcoin United a little bit gun-shy themselves. However, they finally did pull the trigger. It worked out for them. Is now on the hunt, thrill of the hunt, hunt path on both sides, and everyone's running away from each other.
Unable to find a kill for either team right now. Goldcoin United takes some looks at this mid turret because Hatrix and Freeze were down the bot lane.
Ooh.
Solo starts getting chunked out there, able to pop his Zanyas to stop the rest of that damage from coming through.
And with the Syndra abilities on cooldown, they go in for that tower. A good equalizer rips across the backline there from Tempo Storm. Sentinel's going to be burning down, but barely stays alive. That's going to expose this mid lane inhibitor. Goldcoin United, off the back of an engage that looked like it was Tempo Storm's doing, are the ones that turn it around and take the first inhibitor of the game.
Yeah, very good job by Goldcoin United there, using the Rengar ult to almost win a team fight after we saw the Syndra ult not do too much to Solo, who was able to Zanya's a decent chunk of the damage there. And then once that burst threat's out, you don't have to be scared of nearly as much. So Goldcoin United grabs their first inhibitor with that Baron buff. That's really what we were hoping to see out of them. There's no reason they couldn't get an inhibitor with that buff, and they managed to do so.
Now Goldcoin United 7 towers down for them. A very large gold lead on their side, and the last elemental Drake of the game spawning now. Looks like they're going to be going for the complete objective control, going for that 5th and final dragon off the back of a very successful Baron buff push. Quas was still pushing down on the bottom lane, but with nobody on the map from Goldcoin United, he is going to wind up starting his own recall, realizing that, hey, maybe somebody's over there, and they do see that he gets out before Goldcoin United can collapse.
And now Goldcoin United grouping up around the bot lane, meeting up with Solo, hanging on to the bottom inhibitor turret as the next objective that they want to focus down. They're almost 10,000 gold ahead in the commanding position so far here in Game 3.
Yep, Goldcoin United with a 7,500 gold Baron power play.
Not bad.
That's what happens when you stall out pushing towers. You get a Baron and just take everything all at once. Is Solo Getting a lot of his health bar ripped through there. That's going to be him having to go back just a little bit. He does have his teleport available and the equalizer up. It's still going to be an opening for Gold Coin United to rush forward, use that Rengar ultimate, the zoning ultimate, to force everybody back from Tempo Storm, make them think twice about going.
Yeah, overall, I do like the usage of that Rumble ultimate. You know, a lot of the burst is down from the Syndra. You have to recall your Rumble anyways to go deal with the split pushing Camille. Doesn't cost you too much if you get a look there, potentially. As Quas looks like he wants to dive solo into the turret.
Can he deal with the split pushing Camille? The Zonias gets popped. Camille has to flash out of that one, even though she threw down the challenge in the Octagon. The same exact time, though, Gold Coin United are going to be pushing down onto the bottom lane inhibitor. That is the second one of the game going in their favor. And now even the split push Quas having a little bit of issues going up against Solo's Rumble if he's going to be diving towers that way, but it looks like he's going to hook shot in, get the slowdown onto Solo. Quas healing himself back up with that Ravenous Hydra. Flash away from Solo. Camille taking up the tower, but healing off of all those minions, doesn't even care.
Right, I mean, this is one of the big problems when you have one of these sustainable split pushers is that they chunk out the opponent who does not have a way to heal themselves back up. They pop into the jungle, take some camps. Next thing you know, they return basically at full health. He re-engaged onto Solo there, but you see how important that Baron power play was. Solo is basically ahead in items versus the Camille, who was winning the matchup versus him almost the entire game. And so you see the global objectives heavily helping out the split pusher there.
Well, Santorin, we heard from him before that he wants to beat up on his buddy Quas, pops the ultimate and chases him very, very far away and decides that instead he's going to make a control ward his prey, as now Gold Coin United, 9,000 gold in the lead from this game. That Rumble, like you mentioned, objective gold has really been the reason why he's able to kind of go toe-to-toe against this Camille. The Camille can maybe go one-on-one with the Rumble, but as soon as something else gets thrown into the equation, they have to back away. And Tempo Storm, hard-pressed, backs against the wall. One inhibitor left alive to try to keep their hopes of a promotion tournament spot still alive as Quas winds up going in immediately, but Sheep's going to wind up falling. Quas did get the Wild Growth and has a Guardian Angel available, but he has to flash himself out of that one already. Redemption on the backside will heal up the remaining members of Tempo Storm, but Breeze gets caught up in the front line from the Chain of Corruption, flashes onto the Equalizer, and Solo picks up a kill as Phoenix jumps into the fray. They're going to pop the Guardian Angel. Another kill goes over onto Hat-Trick Syndra. And Mark, I think this is going to be the last fight of this series. Gold Coin United, a 3-0 victory over Tempo Storm. They're going to go into the finals. They got a spot in the promotion tournament.
A 38-minute victory here in Game 3 for Gold Coin United. They won all 3 games pretty handily. A little bit of a close game in Game 2. Went very, very late, but they showed that they were the superior late game team. And here, showing that they're a superior early game team, having control almost this entire early game.
Yeah, they definitely had control of the game, although it was a bit more of a slow-paced game compared to game number 1. They controlled every single one of the 5 dragons that spawned. They were able to take all of the outer towers very quickly. They didn't even lose a tower until Quas was at split push Camille status in the bottom side of the map. Very controlled game from them.
Yeah, and you have to look at Tempo Storm. Seems like they got a little outdrafted again this game. I was saying even in the pick ban phase, I was like, uh-oh, I think they ended up pretty strong here with the fact that they're able to get the Jace into Syndra matchup. They got the Rumble blind as well, which is generally fine. It was a good job by Tempo Storm targeting the top side again, getting Quas going. You saw that it did open up a lot of opportunities for them, but they were losing elsewhere on the map just a little bit too hard, and especially Santorin getting a monster CS lead early on again.
Yeah, and it was the kind of rinse and repeat of game number 1. The Rengar got so many advantages over the Graves just based off of the early game jungle patterns. He was able to go in and steal the Krugs away, even though Sentinel knew that it was happening this game. We saw multiple pings out to that one. It was just the aggressive play from the solo lanes of Gold Coin United working in tandem with the Rengar that got Santorin those advantages and eventually translated to advantages across the map.
Yeah, you see that Hat-Tricks early on needed Graves to come mid a couple times to try and push the wave out. It took them forever to actually be able to do that, so Sentinel had to respond a little bit more to the requests of his laners, while Santorin is given a lot more room to breathe. But with that room, he's able to make big advantages for himself.
And even though he didn't wind up using a Rengar ultimate for like the first 20 minutes of the game, he didn't necessarily need to, because all their advantages were coming through the fact that by working in tandem with his laners, he was able to get vision advantages. First, it was on the top side of the map to control the Krug area and the red buff. They stole the red buff away, and he got into a duel. Blue Graves' flashed extremely early on. And then he transitioned it into the bottom side of the map where he was zoning away Sivir from her tier 1 tower at like 8 to 10 minutes into the game. Like,
right, and I think the term "didn't need to" might be a little bit of not the right word, because sure, you don't need to do it to beat Tempo Storm here today, but if you want to get into the LCS, this wasn't the most convincing performance. I think their slight indecision around the mid game when they should be able to make some of these dives happen and start getting actual pickoffs. They still struggle in that area. heavily. And you saw when they finally did pull the trigger, a minute later they had Baron, despite the fact that they were doing almost all that 4v5. And sure, they were able to force the TP out, but there's no reason you can't start making these plays earlier.
You know, well, that's what you did mention. Why didn't they make that teleport usage play earlier on? And even I was a little bit baffled at that. I was like, oh yeah, they probably could have done that. So although they were very calm, cool, and collected with the way they played the game, you know, we do kind of pick on them a little bit for that and saying that eventually they will wind up establishing these leads. They can kind of go for a little bit more of an accelerated pace with utilizing those advantages. And that's something that, you know, it's not necessarily a fault. It's a small fault of theirs. They have to kind of show that up by the time they get to the promotion tournament, but it was dominating enough over a team like Tempo Storm.
Right. And you hear, though, that this team's goals are, you know, really looking forward to the LCS. Phoenix is talking about how, you know, it would almost be a disgrace a little bit if he couldn't get the team there. So he feels very compelled to start stepping up even further and getting more leads, despite the fact that you could probably say he was one of the MVPs of the series so far.
And Phoenix was definitely a big driving factor into how GCU won this one, as was Santorin, because, well, I guess Santorin is the guy with the smite, but the team in general had impeccable objective control, and they positioned very well around things, especially around the Baron buff area, which is one of the big things that wound up breaking open multiple games in this series, especially this game number 3.
Yeah, and so this is after we saw that they had picked off Solo in the side lane. Kwasa made a play onto him, and then that was when the first time Gold Coin United really forced with a lot of their ultimates. It got the ultimate out, and then here they're able to go into the Baron. Really nice focus by the team, making sure they blow up Sentinel first. You saw Mad Life getting the tether over the wall. When Sentinel does go in, Phoenix makes sure to jump on him right away. They burst him down right before they finish off the Baron, and then they get a nice follow-up kill also onto Hatrix. No longer with that flash because he had to use it in their force attempt just before that.
And that leads into a 7,500 gold Baron power play that eventually winds up winning Gold Coin United this series. And now I'd like to welcome Solo to the broadcast. How's it feel to go 3-0 against Tempo Storm?
Feels pretty good. Did you guys enjoy the 4v4 as much as I did?
Yeah, I mean, you like playing, 1v1 League of Legends?
It was interesting. Rumble's not my favorite champion to just be 1v1 in, but my team did a really good job of forcing elsewhere and kind of making up for it.
Yeah, and calling it a 1v1 really isn't that fair. I mean, you did receive a lot of attention early on by Sentinel in games 2 and 3. They seemed to focus heavily a little bit on you. Did you feel like that was something that they wanted to do to get Quas going, or was it to control you, or what do you think led to Sentinel bringing so much pressure to you?
I think just because I was kind of playing the most risky and they were playing the most like snowball in the top side. I definitely should have played a little bit smarter though, but overall it was pretty well played by them, so hard to avoid.
And you definitely dealt with the pressure extremely well. We saw that in game number 2, you were the victim of first blood. You were a victim of being picked on game number 3, but you're still able to kind of go toe-to-toe against Quas in multiple matchups on the Rumble. Was that just something that was a you versus Quas kind of thing, or is it just something about the Rumble pick that you guys kept going for?
Well, we knew that as long as I just kind of like held him at towers and our team's proactive, we made TP plays, that Rumble is just like so disgusting in team fights, we'd be able to win through that.
And speaking of making TP plays, it did feel like there was a little bit of a lack of them in Game 2 and Game 3. Is this something you guys want to look forward to improving moving on into the next round in the finals? Or do you think that you guys really like playing this kind of slower, more methodical pace where you really grind out these victories?
Well, we've been focusing more on kind of just being slow and methodical, getting dragons, being smart about our rotations. But we'll be a lot faster like as the weeks come and as we improve.
Yeah, I mean, the dragon control was a huge factor in the course of the series, especially in Game 2. Having that double Mountain Drake let you burn down a number of the Baron buff and Elder Dragon later in the game. Who is the one who really kind of makes those late game decisions where they say, all right, we got to burn this objective down? Is that Santorin with the smite, or is it someone else?
Well, Lucas is usually the most vocal when it comes to focusing on objectives, and he knows the most. He's most confident about like when he can smite and when we can turn and when we need to just burn the objective. So everyone like listens to him when he speaks up.
Well, you guys were able to objective control yourself into a 3-0 victory in this entire series. And of course, that means that now you've advanced to the finals. You're going to be taking on either E United or Big Gods Jackals, who play tomorrow. Who do you think is going to make it through that matchup?
Well, I think it'll be like a lot closer than people think. I'm hoping to see Chris play just because it's like the return of the Challenger God, right? And I think if he plays, it'll actually be a relatively close series.
And then you get to play him maybe in the finals, right?
and then I'll get to play him. And then if I slay him, then I really did.
Then you really qualify for the LCS if you beat Chris. Yeah.
Then it'll be the true test of the Challenger Series to see if you make it through the promotion tournament. Well, I want to say congratulations on the 3-0 sweep of Tempo Storm, and good luck in the finals.
Hey, thank you so much.
No problem, guys. And of course, we'll take a look at our updated bracket. With their win tonight, Gold Coin United are moving on to the finals against the winners of of tomorrow's match. As we said, E United taking on Big Gods Jackals in another best of 5 series. And then the NALCS will return on Friday, of course, with the homecoming of NA legend Doublelift, surprise, joining the ranks of Team Liquid as they face off against Cloud9. So be sure to tune in.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely going to be a pretty crazy series to watch. I don't think anyone was expecting that kind of late season roster move out of Liquid, but they're showing they will not go quietly into the night.
That's very true. So that's going to be it for us tonight. So from myself, Mark Z, and the entire Challenger broadcast crew, thanks for watching, and we'll see you back here tomorrow. Really low will be taken away. At the same exact time, Madlife has been able to take down Zentinel. They've rooted up hat tricks, and that's going to be another kill going over to the side of Goldcoin United. Just onto the equalizer, and Solo picks up a kill as Phoenix jumps into the fray. They're going to pop the Guardian Angel. Goldcoin United, a 3-0 victory over Tempo Storm. They're going to go into the finals. They got a spot in the promotion tournament.
A 38-minute victory here in Game 3 for Goldcoin United.